is a risk and avoided at all costs with modern games. Now the majority of games are only using tested formulas that they know will give them a guaranteed payout at the end of the day, opposed to trying something new which has the potential to be a great game at the risk of slightly less sales. Think of Call of Duty and FIFA in this regard. Call of Duty will not innovate until it is proven by another franchise that it will work, and FIFA is, well, all of them look the same, to be honest. A lot of the developmental issues can be mostly pinned on publishers of the game. A lot of people don't realise the integral part publishers play in the life cycle of games. A lot of them just straight up order the developers around and make creative decisions for the game. The issue of publishers is they see the game as a cash cow that has to be milked as efficiently as possible. Therefore, all games coming from major publishers are extremely generic and unfinished, due to first of all, unrealistic time frames set by the publishers, second of all, their need to appeal to as many people as possible, leaving games often to be appealing to a mass audience, but overall soulless. Publishers can't be the only ones blamed here. The consumer still continues to buy pre-order packs for games and fund games that they've never played before. As well as this, a lot of people continue to buy the same product every year, like Call of Duty and EA Sports games, allowing this way of development to continue. This way of development has clearly rubbed off on some once respected game franchises like Battlefield, with EA notoriously being quoted saying, "Copy what's popular" to the developers of Battlefield, and that's why we got Battlefield 2042. If we look back at some of the most iconic games during recent times, they will have one common trait. They're unique and dare to step up out of the set boundaries and potentially appeal to less people at the cost of going down as people's favourite games. One of your favourite games likely tried something new, pioneered a franchise, had an amazing well thought out story, or just an amazing gameplay loop. Something that is regarded as rare nowadays. Personally, some of my favourite games like Titanfall 2 and Hotline Miami dared to dream within this industry. They tried something new and instantly became cult classics due to this. But why do all games released now feel really buggy and broken? Well, truly one of the biggest hands within this has to do with the capabilities of the internet. The ability to patch games over the internet has become one of the worst and best things to ever happen to the industry. On the good side, if a game has a major issue, it can be fixed, new content can be added to the game, and the game can become a live service game, which a lot of people enjoy. This is a much better alternate to what you had to do in the old days, where you had to pull all physical copies of the game off the shelf, reprint the copies, rebrand the copies, and then put them back on the shelf, and still have broken copies out in the wild. But unfortunately, the practice of patching also enables game developers to become lazy, dropping unfinished games with the idea that they can be patched another day, opening the deadly Pandora's box of unfinished games in recent years. Think of it, we never had this 10 or 15 years ago. The game came out packed with content in a playable state and you enjoyed it. Now games are released in a bare bones state and slowly filled with content until the developers move on to the next game. In some situations, developers know when they release a fully broken game, often forced to release it by publishers, and selling it to fans, which is honestly a disgusting practice. The issues are more than often fixed in patches, but they shouldn't be released in this state anyway. Patches just enable this practice, making them the ultimate double-edged sword. The ability to patch games isn't the only issue, however. With today's releases and how social media websites such as YouTube, Reddit and Twitter operate, getting a game hyped is just part of the game's lifecycle at this point. With recent years in game releases, developers have been playing into hype trains that revolve around a game, and it's clear that hype is a very good marketing tool, especially when developers release information in a certain way it can really play into it. Hype for games is always going to be a natural thing, but there comes a point where people's ideas of the game outweigh what the game will actually be like, even if the game is in otherwise great condition. Fans can't be entirely blamed for this, however. Most can be put on developers who make mistakes such as announcing the game too early or making false promises during the game's development which never come true. Looking at you, Sean Murray. But at the same time, sometimes games are just held to an unrealistic standard. But then we have another trend in recent years video game making games a hand-holding linear mess, where it feels like the games can be played on autopilot with no thought, as you get guided through the game in one direction. No longer are the days where games make you think and give you thought-provoking challenges from prompts such as character interaction or hints. You're straight up told where to go and what to do by mission markers and waypoints. This obviously works in some games, but in recent years, games such as Fallout and The Witcher 3 have been criticised for their heavy hand-holding and the way they overpresent waypoints. One game that does the opposite to this perfectly is Dark Souls. The game drops you into the middle of the map, giving you many paths to branch out onto. Some paths are clearly too hard for you at the start. Therefore, you have to learn to come back later upon receiving more gear. Many people's first experience with Dark Souls is going into the graveyard, a high level area, and getting bodied by skeletons. I can say it's mine. Experiences like this lead to a learning process that is now lost due to the accessibility point again. A lot of people are put off RPG experiences like this, especially AAA ones made by mostly Bethesda or the Witcher game series that now religiously follow this route. Once again, indie games do this better, and the truth of indie games is that they tend to be more unique and fun games due to their willingness to experiment and the ability to have their own creative direction, not being under the control of a huge publisher optimizing their game for profit. Truly, I think the industry needs some innovation, as it's been playing it safe for way too long. You may notice everyone hops on a game type after an indie game fades away. Look at PUBG, coming from a DayZ mod, which led to Fortnite, Apex and more. Hopefully the ways publishers operate and the industry operates changes up a bit, although I know that's just an out of reach dream for a lot of us. Until then, I'll see you next time. I hope you enjoyed. Remember to like, subscribe for more content like this, as I'm trying to get this channel going. If you enjoy content like this, please subscribe, and I'll see you soon.
You know how throughout the year, as new games are released, everyone tries to make predictions on what's going to win Game of the Year? Is it going to be Jedi Survivor, Tears of the Kingdom, Resident Evil 4 remake? Well, I think we should start doing the opposite. We need to have a Razzies type event celebrating games that are so bad. I think we should start making predictions on what's going to win worst Game of the Year. Well, ain't no point making predictions, because ladies and gentlemen, this year, it's Redfall.
Are you sure about that?
Wait, your guy is in here.
Yeah, I'm fast traveling. I'm on my way.
No, but your guy is like, do you see my screen? You're already here.
Oh, what the Dude, I was still loading in. Alright, now I'm here. Wait, I'm coming up. I'm at the fire station. I'm coming up. What the? Dude, for me, it's you. It's
No
you
way.
on my screen. There's two Laylas on my screen. AI.
This is an AI-generated video game. The latest embarrassment from Microsoft Game Studios and the next chapter in modern gaming. A never-ending story. Wait, what are you doing? Why are you...
I'm collecting
Oh my god.
things.
No, you're fucking melting through the ground right now.
Oh, I'm normal on my screen.
Oh my god.
This is really bad.
Wait,
I think this is one of those games where we didn't need to see how bad it was.
This game was published by Bethesda under Microsoft, and it was developed by Arcane, the studio that gave us games like Dishonored, Prey, Deathloop. Redfall is easily one of the worst AAA video games I have ever played.
No, you know what people say. It's not about the graphics, man. It's about the gameplay. It's about the gameplay. Yeah, it's not about the graphics. It's about the look at this. Wow, it's also really ass. Never mind.
It might actually suck more gorilla dick than 2042 did at release. And it's definitely worse than Cyberpunk. I don't know about glitches wise, but there were parts of Cyberpunk that were actually fun. Now you might be thinking, Ackman, who really cares? It's not like this was part of some beloved existing franchise. Why talk about this game at all? First off, because it's really funny.
Why you love it? Quite a view. Look at the view.
Oh my god. What the fuck is that?
Quite the view.
It's just like a bunch of blue lights. I can't see anything. And second, this game represents a symptomatic issue with Xbox Game Studios and their inability to produce high-quality first-party titles. It is so bad, you have to play it to believe it. Okay.
I can.
Wait, reload again? Did you see that?
I saw it. What the fuck?
I mean, sure, I can put all the garbage footage on screen, and I can do some funny edits to try my absolute hardest to make the game look like shit, but nothing will do a better job of that than playing it yourself. Do you see the sign with that says the blood? If you turn on your flashlight, it actually loses definition. You see that?
It's at like 240p.
Man, Redfall's really putting a bad taste in my mouth. You know the best way to wash it out? With War Thunder, the sponsor of today's video. War Thunder is an epic vehicle combat game where you can pilot over 2,000 different tanks, planes, helicopters, and ships. Each vehicle is meticulously crafted and detailed to be as accurate as possible, and you can battle across tons of different scenarios and levels in awesome PvP combat. War Thunder also has an extremely detailed damage system where individual parts of your vehicle can be damaged and affect its performance, unlike Redfall, all, War Thunder is actually a good video game. And even better, it's completely free. And it's available on Xbox One, PS4, PS5, Series X, and PC. And if you sign up on PC today using my special link in the description pinned comment, you'll get a large free bonus pack, including multiple premium vehicles, a premium account, boosters, and much more. So go do it. Download War Thunder today and join me on the battlefield. Thank you, War Thunder, for sponsoring this video.
And now for something completely different.
Get this, okay? This game is so bad that IGN, yes, the IGN, who rates 99.9% of all game reviews on a 7 to 10 scale, this game is so terrible, they gave Redfall a 4 out of 10. That's like a -3 on everyone else's scale. And like, how could this happen? I mean, initially, Redfall looked pretty interesting. Reception to the trailers wasn't that great, but at the time, I could see this maybe becoming a cult classic kind of game. I was excited to see Microsoft trying to make more experimental new video games. It reminded me of the glory days of the OG Xbox and how much variety was on that console. A co-op looter shooter based around fighting vampires in an open world sounds pretty damn unique to me. So what makes this game so bad? Well, for starters, apparently they blew 95% of the game's budget on the trailers. There is not a single cutscene in-game that looks like the trailers or is even full motion video.
They said one drop of my blood would change everything.
Is there a vote to skip button?
No, baby, we gotta enjoy this.
Waiting for a rescue that ain't coming.
You hear that, like, splashing sound effect?
Yeah, I hear it with like every scene transition.
Dude, if I edit this video, I'm gonna, every time I transition, I'm just gonna have a...
Throw it. Who's recording this on a rowboat? What's happening?
This bad. Why not? Until it happens.
Stop. I mean, the story itself is boring and mind-numbingly dull, but the way it's told is even worse.
My mother died 5 years ago.
Oh my god, bro.
It's terrible to see.
Why in the holy mother of God did you choose PowerPoint presentation as the best method to tell your story? Dude, even the movies in the fucking
that's
game
what I was
are a
saying.
fucking slideshow.
Imagine paying for a movie at the theater and they start playing a PowerPoint.
Transform himself into the Hollow Man, like some kind of apotheosis.
I hate this guy. I hate my fucking character so much. Can I shoot myself?
Every cutscene is just character models standing around awkwardly. For some scenes, it feels like they straight up forgot to record dialogue. What is this? What the fuck is happening? Hello? Knock, knock, Bethesda. Jesus Christ, it just keeps going. Is anybody home? Did the programmers forget the fucking audio? Shit, man, I could tell a better story using this style. If I wanted to experience a story told through still images, you know what I'd do? I'd read a fucking comic book. And if I wanted to play a great visual novel, I'd boot up Ace Attorney.
Skip.
Nope.
Vote to skip.
Yo, you wanna watch this?
Skip, please, skip.
Okay, we'll skip.
Skip.
Oh wait, it's not working.
No, skip.
I can't skip, dude.
Skip. I'll let you watch the next one. You can watch the next one. We
Okay,
can take
fine.
turns.
All right. Compromise.
We can take turns skipping.
I firmly believe that this style of cinematics was chosen Not as a beneficial stylistic choice, but to save money, because nobody wanted to work on this game. This theory that they were saving money in the animation department becomes abundantly clear if you look at all the other animations in game.
All right, here, I'm gonna give you one. Stay here.
Okay, I won't waste it.
Oh god.
You know, I remember Left 4 Dead 2 in 2008 had a little animation when you killed an ally.
Yeah, they were given like $3 to make this game, I think.
We're given $3 in 3 days.
$3 and a dream.
The animations are more scuffed than a used skateboard, okay? They didn't even finish certain reload animations. Look at the reload animation. So if you shoot it and then you reload, there's like 2 frames where like another shell floats out of the gun. And look at this. This has got to be the laziest sprint animation I've ever seen. I like the running animation.
Shut the fuck up. Running animations. There is no running.
And since the game is stuck at 30 frames per second, doesn't that mean there's even fewer frames to animate? Speaking of frames, can we talk about the continued decline of Xbox? A lot of game companies continuing to decline these days. What the fuck is happening at Microsoft? Why is it borderline impossible for them to get their studios to release a semi-finished product that isn't plagued by bugs, glitches, and missing content? It's a trend I pointed out in this video, but I didn't expect this trend to continue for like 2 more years, man. We still know nothing about the new Fable or Elder Scrolls 6. Halo Infinite got delayed, and look at how that turned out. Starfield has been delayed. Redfall was delayed a whole year. And this is the result.
You there! Stop! For the Empire! Die, damn you! You dare oppose the might of the Imperial Legion? Remember the Emperor! I fought mud crabs more fearsome than you. What's the matter? Getting tired? Nothing to worry about, I guess. Just my eyes playing tricks on me. Am I supposed to be impressed? I'm just warming up, you pathetic worm! Why won't you die?
You know what? If your game gets delayed in the modern era of gaming, 9 times out of 10, it's gonna be a fucking death sentence. That new Gollum game just released, and it's like, people are putting collages of video game companies and their apologies, and they all look the fucking same. It's like, good God. Cyberpunk, Battlefield, I mean, there's a couple exceptions to games getting delayed in Elden Ring and Tears of the Kingdom, but I feel more often than not, delays for massive AAA games is now a huge red flag. Watch this, watch this. Oh my God, see how the water appears outside of the fucking sink in a square? Oh. Why even release Redfall in this state when it's barely a fucking video game? How could you launch a first-party title that's locked at 30 frames per second on a console you promoted as the world's most powerful? Holy fuck. Holy shit. Oh my God. I'm gonna crash the game if I do this. Watch this shit. Holy fuck. Oh my good God. World's most powerful console. Those are the words you told me when I was thinking, do I want to get a Series X? Do those words mean anything to anybody at Microsoft or Xbox? It's like they wanted this game to flop. Even Phil Spencer had to fucking apologize for it.
There's nothing that's more difficult for me than disappointing the Xbox community.
Yeah, you can say that again.
Just to kind of watch the community lose confidence, be disappointed. I'm disappointed. I'm upset with myself. I think back to the announcement of 60 frames per second, and then we weren't shipping 60 frames per second. That was kind of our punch in the chin, rightfully, a couple weeks ago. And then seeing the game come out, and the critical response was not what we wanted. And it's disappointing.
Also, who on God's green earth thought it'd be a good idea to release Redfall in between Jedi Survivor and Tears of the Kingdom? Like, even if it was a finished game, that's like what EA did to Titanfall. Why is Phil Spencer talking about how Xbox can't out-console Sony or Nintendo? It's like he's given up. I guess no shit you can't when you release games like this. The only major exclusive Xbox has put out recently that got great reviews from almost everyone was Hi-Fi Rush. Why can't we have more games like that? They even have to put a fucking sticker on the Redfall box specifically because it's not 60 FPS. And the way they print the covers, they put 60 FPS on every Series X game, but just for this one, they have to put a fucking sticker on it. This is a comedy of errors. Like, imagine the money they had to spend to print this sticker on every physical copy of the game. Anyways, what were we talking about? Terrible animations? Let's get back to that. You know how Halo games, since Combat Evolved in 2001, have had unique melee attacks for each weapon? Nope, not in Redfall. That's too much work. Just program one shitty punch animation for every weapon. Great work, fellas. Our job's complete. You guys ready to go smoke crack in the back alley again? The enemies barely even react to it. I mean, remember like whacking the elites and they stagger back, or the grunts would do a backflip? Oh, look at this. You couldn't make an attack any less impactful even if you tried. This game is more apathetic than COD Vanguard, and I mean that.
This is not even close to a finished game. If you can call it a game, you can't release something that's not finished. Who looked at this? I mean, who looked at this and thought, yeah, that's okay, put that out?
Like, okay, I could pick this game apart for hours on all these minor, insignificant details. But to me, all of these things, it just shows an extreme lack of polish. But even if the game was polished, it certainly wouldn't be much fun.
Yeah,
oh,
there is,
baby.
Red.
Oh.
Yes. What? Oh my God! You can't.
What a fucking tease.
Yeah, look, all the cars, all the ATVs, and we can't drive not a one. No fun allowed. No fun allowed.
Redfall is supposed to be a cooperative vampire looter shooter with some Borderlands type abilities, but it's barely a shooter at all. So you have this fire station that acts as your headquarters where you get quests and all the NPCs stand around doing jack shit. Again, it's like none of the NPCs move around, like they didn't bother to program any walk cycles or anything to make the place feel alive. Everyone's just stuck in place. Well, at least they'll probably have some decent dialogue and we can learn about what's going on in the world of Redfall. What do you have to say? Okay, very, very provocative. Interesting, interesting. I'm getting a lot of great story beats. Very nice, very nice. Okay, you? Incredible. Oh my God. Why even have NPCs in the headquarters if they're not gonna say or do anything? What? They didn't even program dialogue for the NPCs. Was there another voice acting strike going on that I didn't know about? Okay, so you remember when I called Sea of Thieves the most boring video game ever made? Well, holy shit, man. Redfall makes Sea of Thieves look like BioShock, okay? Here's how the gameplay goes. You walk into a room, you kill 3 guys in 15 seconds, and then you spend the next 5 minutes looking for a key that opens the door you need to go through to grab the item that you need. Congratulations, mission complete. What the fuck was the point? Want to talk enemy variety? It's abysmal. While in concept, the different vampires are decent and somewhat unique, there's not enough of them. And their AI is so easily broken that any sense of challenge or immersion in this world is shattered constantly. There's also just like one type of enemy soldier, and they all look the same, and they all wear the same outfits, and they all have the same shitty AI.
Hello, welcome to class. My name is Professor Rando, and today we'll be learning
Zanny and
about...
I were playing on the hardest difficulty available.
What do you think is?
Isn't it like a type of anime? You know, like a different...
And we could pretty much get through every encounter without firing our weapons. Yes, the AI is so brain dead and basic, you can just run up to the enemies and just punch them to death without any thought or strategy behind a single action you take.
Dude, these enemies are like so helpless. Like, are we the bad guys? We're like shooting down a bunch of like disabled people.
I don't
Look
know.
at them. They're so fucking bad.
You know what? Since this is the hardest difficulty we can play on, I'm just gonna punch him.
Yeah, I think I'll join you on that one. Just hit him. Punch! Punch!
Punch!
Oh my God!
It's dead already? It's dead already? Jesus!
Hard mode, baby.
Most of the...
Can you come back down here? I want to try punching you.
He was just attacking you the whole time. Now he's confused.
Oh no. They're clipped inside the box. I bet you can.
All right, it's game time.
Okay, here we go. Oh, thing is broken. Oh, God.
What do you think?
And it already crashed. Okay, well.
I don't know what's going on, but I think I fixed it now. Jesus Christ.
Try not to crash the game this time. Okay. And there we go.
Nice. That seems pretty decent.
Jacob, Layla, Devinder, Demi.
I'll just do Layla. She sounds fun.
All right. I guess I'll go with the dead eye with an undead eye.
Let's get the random British, like, cryptid hunter, which is the most insufferable thing I've ever heard of.
We'll just do default here.
I was a fool. They were monsters.
You people love to review bomb games like this. Redfall is amazing. How much were you paid to say that? Everyone I have seen talk about it says it's one of the worst of the year.
This game is amazing. I don't know. I haven't played yet. I've only heard bad things.
Folks are at each other's throats, begging the monsters to spare them.
What the hell is going on? It's a monster apocalypse?
There's nowhere to go. There are people who can fight back. There's just one thing standing in their way. A whole town full of vampires.
Better get to shore before the sun goes down. I don't want to shoot anybody, but I might have to.
Here? I know.
What happened to the sun?
Oh my God. What happened to the sun?
They're blocking it out. It's a carbon footprint unlike anything we've ever seen.
Let's take the game serious. Let's not prejudge it. I'm gonna try to get into it, chat.
They're legit evil.
I'm actually just never gonna use stealth, sorry to tell you.
Hollow Man, Cultist. Are you okay, well.
Can't pick that up. Let's go! I'm kinda nuts. This guy's really struggling on that uneven terrain.
Bro, the AI is like totally brain dead. Look at this. I'm standing still talking to the camera. And that's the best he had. Wow, okay. Bro, he missed that shot. What is going on? Am I on like story mode or something? Like, man, on Dusk, which is the default, these guys are shockingly brain dead.
Saw some people
God, I'm so nasty.
What the f is this sniper doing? Getting a better position? Genius. Genius AI.
I hear someone fee-fi-fo-fumming around up here. Who's in there?
Are you gonna miss? I'm holding a gun to your head and you're gonna pull out the loudspeaker? Okay, whatever, dude.
You're good to come out now.
Is anyone in there?
I can't open this door until they're gone. And they got a bloodsucker in the basement. Can you help us out?
Let's fight a vampire.
Okay, I've got to find a stake. Oh, he's good. Oh.
What happened? Hit him with my stake. Oh, okay, well, I guess I can't use a stake on my shotgun.
Why are his arms so long?
What? Does that happen every time? Can he not get around boxes? Oh, wow. Oh, because it's made out of wood, he's afraid of it. Oh, okay, interesting.
Did he really go upstairs? Yeah. Can't even really tell what's going on.
Stick.
Bloodsuckers are gone for now.
This was a little janky.
Adaptive AI! Crack the code. Literally normal AI in every game. You gotta put down that copium tank. Most enemies, when they realize they can't get to you, will go around in like every game ever. I actually haven't seen that work in a long time.
Safe to come out now. We got them all.
Wait, there was only one vampire down there. We got them all. What? These are the cutscenes? Cheap ass.
Is this supposed to be a cutscene? Yeah, it looks like they saved budget for slideshow cutscenes, which is fine. Sometimes stylized slideshows can be cool. Maybe they pull it off.
Is it like too expensive for them to animate this, so they just did freeze frames and stills? Is that what they did? Does this not strike anybody else as a little weird? Or am I just being a prick?
Redfall is a blood-sucking monster. I cast a large and 3, I have these weird powers. Probably should have started with that last Otherwise, there's a lot of
Oh no, the dialogue's overlapping.
She just interrupted herself. Why?
Calm down, just to pick up some stuff. It'll be easy, right?
Better see who's running this outfit.
Select a talent.
Look at my new friends.
This guy is like sending me into nightmare territory.
If you need medical supplies, come to me. But only take as much as you need.
I actually don't need any. The vampire couldn't reach me. I'm good, actually. So a lot of people said that there's like actually nothing in the open world. But you're wrong. Look at that. There's a vampire right there. And oh, another one. They're everywhere. I'm very curious about something. Follow me, big guy. Let's see. Can they actually just not get around obstacles? That's wild. How did this town even lose to them? You just get behind something and they'll never be able to figure it out. Right. Well, I'm gonna get my $70 worth.
Again, let's just take in the AI. They all missed. He missed again. Are you kidding me? Did you put like... Oh, did you see that? Did you see his running animation pause? Okay, dude, this is pretty bad.
Where are you going? Fight me!
I'll show them some excitement.
Where are you going? I'm right here. Fuck you.
I thought maybe I was just being mean, but this is pretty rough, dude.
This is really bad. We need to increase the difficulty. Hang on.
Switch to the hardest difficulty. Oh, is there difficulty in this game? Here, let me try that. Let me try the
Alright, I'm raising the difficulty. Here we go.
Okay, so these guys have guns. They'll probably shoot me, I would think, if I get around cover, right? I'm not putting anything by this game, though. Let's try it. Okay, so they at least shoot. So it looks like only vampires can't find their way around a car. You're cheating. Do they move at all or no? Okay. This is the highest difficulty too. Oh no, the friendly fire. God have mercy, this town's gone insane. What's my ability? This guy refuses to move.
Wow.
I'm just gonna go back to normal difficulty. It clearly doesn't change the, well, I haven't tried it on a vampire yet. Let me see.
Am I still on the harder difficulty? Yeah, I'm on the hardest difficulty. And you saw how easy that was?
Damn, outplayed. I don't even get anything out of killing them. It's truly worthless. Just a waste of ammo.
This guy's T-posing, Zero?
Yeah, I see him too. I thought it was just me. I was about to take.
Wait, let me see. Oh,
I think
sweet.
he's supposed to be dead.
Excuse me, sir. You know where the zombies are at? Or, I mean, vampires? My bad.
No way she gets around this forklift.
You will never see this stuff again.
This is wild. Oh, she forgot about me now.
Are you kidding me with the fucking AI? He was just attacking you the whole time. Now he's confused.
Excuse me, sir.
Oh, shit.
Excuse me.
The Master of Stealth strikes again. They don't know shit about forklifts. What happened to you now? Now she's perpetually falling. It was a good fight.
What were we doing?
Oh, man.
Oh, no. Joey's gonna bite out your heart. You gonna let him talk to you like that? Oh, shit. Watch out, Joe. And just so you're wondering, here is our difficulty. The highest.
Midnight.
What's up? Oh, dodged me. This one seems they can teleport. Are they gonna get stuck on this? There's no way this is gonna work on every vampire, right? No shot. Can you cooperate? Can you stop? I'm trying to experiment, please. Yeah, so this one can go through, like actually go through. So it won't work on all of them, just most of them.
Oh no. They're clipped inside the box. I bet you can. Now that we've done a little exploring though, I want to try a story mission.
Okay, what do we want?
So we have a few missions available. Grave situation, 5.4, Avoid from the Dark. Someone is broadcasting emergency
Rescue plan over radio telling people they'll get food, shelter, and a way out of the ice. The signal is coming from Dead Catch Records, a local record store.
For any civilians, okay. Let's do this one because we were just there.
Okay, let's try this one. What the God damn it.
I mean, I knew there were people acting strange all over town, but now they're sacrificing their neighbors to those monsters. Dead as if that would
Oh
keep them
my
safe.
god! Unironically using the term dead ass. I can't, dude. I can't.
That clip is broadcasting a trap from the radio station in town. It needs to be shut down. Now.
I'm on it. Shut down radio waves? Yeah. I guess I do that now. Dead ass.
Radio station up ahead.
The radio station. That's where the broadcast is coming from.
See that AI? Oh, he did see me.
I'm putting an end to this, cultist. No more. This game has like an aimbot to it. Yeah. If you just let it aim for you, it's just instant headshots. That's probably why it also felt so fucking weird for me in the beginning too. I'm on mouse and keyboard too. That's kind of weird. I don't think I've ever actually had a game that had aim assist on mouse and keyboard.
They all huddle up around the gas tank. Quick, guys, get in cover. This big red barrel will be fine. Okay, so they are broadcasting.
Is it upstairs? I'm not lockpicking the goddamn bathroom.
They're in the bathroom?
Are they in the shitters? Oh my god, they are. Fine, I'm coming in.
Triple kill. Killing spree.
Wow.
Wow.
Interference.
Huh.
That was this mission? Let's check out this game's boss. Here's the boss. Vampire, reach the night manager. Alright, he's looking cool. Maybe there's a story. destroyed the vampire underboss, and the neighborhood is that much safer. That was f***ing pathetic.
Here I come.
Okay, hold on. We don't have an objective here.
Hold on. Find the safe house. Samuelson Shipyard.
Dead cat records. There's the shipyard. Samuelson Shipyard.
What is that? A vampire with a force field. Oh, you will absolutely get stuck on barriers, won't you? Oh no. Oh, he can't figure out how to go around. And now he's getting mad. Hey, don't blame me. He did it! There was a hot fix. Oh, wait. Where's he going? He said, F this. He's too good. Thanks for waiting. That was so noble. Huge. Oh, I keep forgetting to use my Medusa.
Check the boss's corpse, maybe. You got one too?
Yeah, I got a portable UV beam. UV gun.
And my game crashed.
But I invited you.
No, my game crashed when I was when I accepted your invite.
Crash.
I skipped him. No, you didn't. God damn it! God fucking damn it! I'm moving on. Let's go.
It says, please help us track down and fix this issue. What? It's not my job.
Please help us. Please help us.
What were you doing? Playing your goddamn game? What was I doing? Walking. Were you able to like send them a transaction?
Oh man, Joe, this is Arcane Austin, the studio here over there next to us. Fucking oh man. Gotta embarrass Austin, Texans like this. Fuck. That studio's gonna close down.
That's my job. They don't need to do that.
Studio's gonna close down if they keep putting shit out like this. God damn it. Maybe it's not their fault. They were like, Joe, like we needed at least another year on this, and these motherfuckers at Xbox told us if we don't release this now, then you know we're fired. Fuck. I'm gonna drive over there and yell at him. Hey! Arcane Austin! Get my money back! I see your asses in there! I see you through the... You! Bruce! Gary! Have that janitor open the door, give me my $70. You're gonna open the door for me, I'm gonna go to the management office. This game is $70 fucking dollars? Wait, $70+ dollars? This game is $100 fucking dollars! Redfall Bite Back Edition, the game bites back because it's a piece of shit. It's filled with bugs, filled with bed bugs biting you. Bite back, $100. Bite your fucking wallet. Put your fucking dick off. God, thank God for Game Pass.
I don't care.
Failed to connect.
Host left the match?
Failed to connect.
What'd you do?
And now I'm looking at, I don't know, my crotch.
Game's gonna explode.
Dude, my field of view just got super zoomed up. What the fuck? I think the field of view zoomed up because this is a lot closer than I remember.
Hey.
That's fun.
I think the game is broken.
Huh?
I said, I think the game is broken. How can you not hear me if there's no sounds, Joe?
The sounds is deafening.
And then we're gonna reload again. For the third time. Hey, I got audio.
Oh, good for you guys.
I don't have.
Sucks to suck.
Yeah, I have no audio too, but it's fine.
So. If
Oh
you guys
shit, are
end
you
up getting
serious?
involved- Yeah, we're serious. I can't hear myself jump. I can't hear shots.
No, I was talking about this is my grandpa's Volvo. The game can't afford fucking animations. No.
I also couldn't afford me. Could you invite me back in?
What?
Says you're here. You're running.
Nope, definitely
I
not.
see you. You're in the game, man. You're just running through the door.
Nah, fuck it. Let's go. Can't invite you when you're still in the game. It says you're in the game. God damn it. This thing is a fucking shithole! It sucks! This is the 5th time we've had to go to the fucking main menu to fucking play with our fucking friends. Cause it's not fucking ready to be released. I wonder what it's like on fucking console.
On the console release, you cannot get beyond 30 frames per second on Xbox.
Sweet.
Because they
On
could
Xbox, right? They had to put labels on the backs of the fucking game box so that they don't get sued. There it is. 60 FPS performance mode not available at launch. Because it says on the box 60 frames per second, which would be false advertising, which means they would get sued. You want to make some money, chat? We can make some money. What the fuck? Is that not confirmation that your game is not finished? Finish your fucking game. It's not that difficult.
You made
I
it
just
to this
realized,
boat.
OJ, you're basically Flippy, except you're Indian.
Oh, fuck.
OJ got the mole
They
people
can't catch me. Gotta keep moving, man.
God damn it, Joe.
Gotta keep moving, man.
God damn it, Joe.
You made
I
it
just
to this
realized,
boat.
OJ, you're basically Flippy, except you're Indian.
Oh, fuck.
OJ got the mole
They
people
can't catch me. Gotta keep moving, man.
God damn it, Joe. Why you always fucking do this?
They can't catch what they can't see.
Yeah. Well, guess you're right about that.
Or you just like
No, I'm
straight
not
up running.
Standing up.
I finally found a lock there.
There too.
Well, it said 1 of 2 crashes. God damn
What
it,
the
Joe.
fuck? Who did that?
Don't worry, I'll show.
Joe's dead.
I definitely did that on purpose. I just wanted to see, and it works as intended.
And our trust.
Oh, you
did not
knocked him
strengthen
out of his
because it.
animation.
Good.
Alright, here is the boss. Vampire reached the night manager. Alright, you better be cool.
Assault rifle, pretty sweet.
I want one. Yeah, I gotta buy one.
Shoot him. What idiot.
Wow, what an awesome boss. That was a great boss battle, man.
I got a full necklace.
You
bro.
missed the boss battle?
Yeah. I couldn't even see what the boss was.
Can you not destroy all the goddamn fucking...
Well, all the humans are dead.
And it's like the fucking, it just doesn't work. The atmosphere is not there. That's fucking 11 crashes now! I'm not gonna take a fucking 12! I swear to God, if you fucking crash one more fucking time, that's it. No more! I could tell the boys are like, oh God, please crash. Please crash.
I am.
So So that's very unfortunate, and we will definitely review this one as well. This is essentially a zombie apocalypse just with vampires. What they were trying to go for before they fucked it up in literally every aspect. Graphics, performance, story, gunplay, skills, cutscenes, UI, crashes. I could go on. All right, well, that's gonna be it for Div 1. We'll see you on over here tomorrow. If I had to go through this, you have to go through this. Watch the whole video because this game's bad. This is top game, worst game, contender. It's so bad we had to bring him back. That's right. Guys, thank you for your support. Thank you to G Fuel for getting us our own flavor. This one really helped on this bad game. AAA, grab your own sub. 30% off right now. I hope you are ready to enjoy this yelling fest. Headphone user warning. Enjoy. Until the next time. Check it out.
Wait a minute! That was the fucking boss? Are you kidding me, Arcane? What the actual fuck is going on here? Who the hell am I? Why do I have these weird superpowers? Are you going to explain that? Why is everything so goddamn easy? What is happening? I don't understand. I don't understand what's happening.
Mr. Spencer, it's been a while. What can I do for you, Phil? So with the Activision deal under fire, you'll need more people to adopt the Game Pass? Oh, I think I can help you. For a price. What? Standard price? Oh, no, Mr. Spencer. I want twice what I did for you last time. All right then. Here's what we do. We take a bad game from a studio of yours. And I'm talking awful, barely playable, not worth a tenth of a normal AAA title. We're talking bad graphics, awful gunplay, a piece of shit UI, miserable story and characters, and terrible music. You know, I don't know, techno, jazz, pop trash. With I guess a few spooky strings here and there. And then we mark it up to $70. Yes, up to $70. But then we make it free with your little Game Pass. That way, anyone with half a brain will sign up for Game Pass. And then they'll forget to cancel like everyone always does with all subscriptions. The other people? The genius is that we're presenting a deal where we're simultaneously scamming them. Morons are gonna actually give $70 for something worthless, and we can even charge $100 to people even stupider than that. Arcane, the reputation of the studio. Phil, I'm an evil soul. Genius, not a miracle worker. Someone has to be thrown to the wolves if we're gonna make some
done fucked it up.
Yeah. There's Coldest left to match.
Thanks for the relief.
What an easy concept. A fucking zombie game only with vampires instead of zombies. How do you screw that up? Well, apparently royally if you're Arcane Austin. What a massive pile of shit. It has been a long time since I played a game this bad.
No, you didn't. God damn it! God fucking damn it!
Not since the days of Ride to Hell.
Say something. What's wrong? 21 hours? Oh my god, what was this guy thinking?
Mind Jack.
My mind is
Or Sonic Free Riders. We had no less than 27 crashes between all four of us. Stupid enough to try to play through the game all the way through over multiple days.
Can't play more than one fucking mission without the fucking thing crashing every fucking 5 seconds.
And that's not an exaggeration. We had 27 fucking crashes. Fuck this piece of shit.
Failed to connect.
And now I'm looking at, I don't know, my
Forces of evil are mighty.
It clearly was not ready for any sort of mass consumption. Yet here it is, released as one of the Xbox's awesome exclusives. What a colossal fuck up. That's fucking 11 crashes now. I'm not gonna take a fucking 12.
I swear to God, if you fucking crash one more fucking time, that's it. No more.
Worse, it's from a studio that's otherwise known for high-quality titles. Arcane Austin. Titles like Dishonored, Dishonored 2, and the critical darling 10 out of 10 IGN and every other game journalist's favorite game, Deathloop.
A new high watermark for Arcane and developers of similar games to aspire to, Deathloop is a game like no other.
Your spirit is strong, mortal.
Oh, and you bet your ass they touted their accolades every freaking trailer.
So Arcane is known for excellent story and gameplay. Like, you guys make some really magical games that just find those two together so well.
It becomes more and more party-like, of course. It's our probably our closest to being a party game, you know. Yeah.
Thanks for coming by, Harvey.
Thank you.
We can't wait to hear more about Redfall soon.
For me, Redfall represents our most ambitious title that we've tried to do here in the Austin studio ever.
Redfall used to look like it was straight out of a postcard.
Choose a time.
And now they lay this turd.
Where are you going? I'm right here.
You should be fucking ashamed. And I want my money back.
This thing is a fucking shithole. It sucks. This is the 5th time we've had to go to the fucking main menu to fucking play with our fucking friends.
And yes, I did get it on the Game Pass, so I want my $15 back for this month for putting me through this. Now, please.
I'll drive over there and yell at him. Hey! Arcane Austin! Get my money back! Fuck, is that not confirmation that your game is not finished?
And that's not counting the abomination of $100 edition where you get a what? What do you get? A steel book case? A fucking patch? 4 skins? 2 DLC Heroes in the Future? Are you fucking kidding me? That has got to be the worst value special edition ever.
This game is $100 fucking dollars! Redfall Bites Back edition, the game bites back because it's a piece of shit. It's filled with bugs, filled with bed bugs biting you. Bite back. $100. Bites your fucking wallet. Considering the rancid diarrhea this fucking thing turned out to be. Hell, even if it was good, that would still be a crap deal. Oh, fuck.
They got the mold.
They can't catch me. Gotta keep moving, man.
God damn it, Joe. So what is Redfall exactly, right? Is it like a cool vampire version of Left 4 Dead, as it initially seems? Nope. It's I don't know. It's more like Far Cry, as the devs like to say themselves.
So you've specified that Redfall will be more like Far Cry than Left 4 Dead. So how will that be reflected with replayability once you play the story?
I guess because it's somewhat open world and you pull your map up in front of your face before you fast travel. Other than that, it doesn't really have a lot else in common with Far Cry, a far better franchise.
Wait, you have a door release?
No.
Should be outside, bringing the sunshine instead of watching bullshit.
The game doesn't even have the fucking effort to real cutscenes. What? These are the cutscenes? Fucking cheap ass. Are you serious? What are we doing? Just have them move. You have all the characters.
It's time. Defeat the Shrine's Guardians.
We just got a guy playing the bongos naked.
What is your major malfunction, little brother?
Instead, everything is told via these single-frame collages. What the fuck? God damn it. Now I understand what you meant by Babylon's Fall. This is Babylon's Fall cutscene.
So, no.
Choose a talent.
They're using the local radio station to move folks on the shore.
You should be outside, playing in the sunshine instead of watching this bullshit.
That used the actual in-game models, but they were too fucking lazy to actually move and animate them. Every single cutscene before a major mission is like this, and it reminds you how little effort and how awful the game's story is. It's not. It's the fucking still images again. I thought it was gonna be moving pictures. Do you know what a fucking movie is? Arcade! It is not still images. It is moving images. I know, it's lame, isn't it? Smaller Man is just some guy from the clinic? I guess they're realizing the game is lame too. It's like a rough draft of a story, a first idea, but just banged out without any revisions. Vampires take over a small town. Why the government doesn't just attack them with a fucking military, or I don't know, nuke them from orbit, it's just ignored.
She died too because
Ex-boyfriend
she
isn't
ran
doing
out
anything.
of the gas station. It was daylight.
Oh shit, it is daylight. Did the game forget about their fucking...
Their own story.
Chased me, I was like, what the fuck? Daylight!
Daylight made me back in there. Occasionally, the game will delve out story bits in-game through stupid fucking notes left littered all around the fucking place. And when I mean littered all around, I mean every fucking where. With the most stupid, mundane messages of all time. Facing extinction in the face of university budget cuts and the looming Y2K fear. Without new funding, 1999 will likely be the annex year's last year of operation. Graduate students are already...
Already what?
That's where it ends.
What
did you say? I was telling you about the meteorological studies and what the fucking revolution of the Doppler radar technology has done for this center.
What? I don't get it. What is happening? Seriously, this is the best effort? No, I'm done. This is ridiculous. I can't do this.
Okay, what seems to be the problem?
This is so fucking painful.
Not a single meaningful connection is established between the player and the game's world. There is no urgency to do anything. There is no compelling narrative. There's no fucking nothing.
Of all the games to be in this one.
So, the story is shit. How is the actual gameplay, Luke? Well, you're supposed to fight vampires with friends. Only every enemy in this game employs an absolutely brain-dead AI system, only capable of the most basic of tasks.
On top of that, Arcane is known for AI that is sight and hearing based. And so even if your game is not a hardcore stealth game, having an AI that's like that just generates gameplay. It's like that kind of AI is what we do, whether it's Prey or Deathloop or Dishonored or Redfall. No matter what the rest of the structure of the game is, that gives you a lot of dynamic gameplay right there. It's procedural and
Dude, you have nothing that kills vampires?
Victory!
Get closer over here.
Jesus, Joe, are you kidding me with the fucking AI? He was just attacking you the whole time. Now he's confused because you went behind him, Joe. You are one sneaky motherfucker.
That's all you gotta do, man.
Oh my god, this fucking game's AI.
Excuse me, sir.
Oh shit.
Excuse me.
Joe, he's just smiling. He's looking at you now. He's like, what do you want? What were we doing?
Bite out your heart.
Oh, man.
Oh, no. Joe, he's going to bite out your heart.
Well, shit.
You going to let him talk to you like that?
On top of that, Arcane is known for AI that is sight and hearing based.
Worse, every fucking fight in this game is exactly the fucking same.
Yeah, it's the same thing. They got some underbosses, so I'm sure. Oh my god! So on top of the shitty story, they're doing the repetitive mission design that Dead Island 2 suffered.
Imagine playing a shitty fight and going, well, that wasn't very fun or challenging, but oh well, there's gonna be some other variations. No! The first fight you do is basically what you will be repeating 100 times over. It goes like this. Pick a mission from the mission board. You have to go to the mission board too. Everybody has to be there.
Okay.
Now we gotta wait for Zero.
God
What? I'm here though.
It doesn't matter which branch you go down because there aren't actual branch paths, okay? They're fake branching paths. And you do a clear out enemies fight. Then you do a few more of those clear out enemy fights until you get to the end of the branch path. Then, progressing further is locked off until you open the safe houses, of which you have to clear out enemies to do. Then, when you open up the safe house, you go and open up an underboss mission by doing a clear out enemies mission. And then you get to fight the area underboss, and here's an example of one of those missions.
Let's check out this game's bosses. Alright, here's the boss. Vampire, reach the night manager. Alright, it better be cool.
Shoot him.
Shoot her. Wow, what an awesome boss. That was a great boss battle, man.
Oh, I missed it.
I got a pearl necklace.
You missed the boss battle?
Yeah.
They're an absolute joke. Every single underboss is killed instantly, even on the highest difficulty.
Where's the boss? Wait for us. Oh, Jesus.
Boyfriend, do something.
Oh, here's the boss. Curator Gould. I killed her immediately. Guys, you gotta return to the fire station for the next mission. Top 10 boss fights of 2023.
So he drops a skull, and in order to progress to the final boss of an act, you need 3 underboss skulls. Yup. So that means 3 more safe houses with 3 more clear missions to get to the 3 more underboss missions.
Okay, there he is, right? That's him right there, Billy Felch, and I shot.
You did it!
Y'all weren't shooting him before, right?
You did it!
We're just shooting it around the cultist and he won't end up damaging him.
That boss went down in 5 seconds. That's how the bosses have all gone. This is the highest difficulty too.
Now repeat this in Act 1, 2, and 3 with no motherfucking deviation. That's the fucking game, and then it ends.
They still have me. And there's still path left to tread.
No. No, there's not. You will never get a budget to do anything related to Redfall ever again. And thank fucking God.
I'm still out there. Good.
You
Get
will
lost,
never,
bitch.
ever subject players to that again. There's no fucking way there's going to be a Redfall 2. It's fucking awful. You should be ashamed of yourself. Absolute, utter garbage.
Oh, and I can't forget to mention that the final fucking boss of the game can be defeated by pressing the F button 3 times.
Literally, the final boss mechanic was holding B 3 times. What? Untether that shit. The tether doesn't even attach to it.
Yeah, it's, I don't know.
For JJ? For who is he? Stick that bitch! I got your ass.
What's happening? I can't look in that direction.
Ah, fuck.
OJ, describe it to me.
But she had half a whole health bar. What the fuck just happened? That was the most jank.
I guess when we untether his life,
Prepare for combat.
Oh, you don't actually shoot that boss. So they fucked that boss battle up even more than all the other boss battles.
You son of a bitch! You piece of shit! Is if you piss off the vampire gods too much by killing enemies or by setting off car alarms.
I didn't even know you could actually fast travel at those areas. Windy Stead, it's to the right of Founder's Knoll. I'll ping it.
The gods are watching me. The vampire guys got pissed off because of car alarm. This is a fucking petty god.
Then they'll get mad at you and send Rook after you.
Oh, Rook's fighting me. I can't go back.
Oh, yeah, we can't.
Why? Oh, god damn it.
Did we just
kill him?
Yeah,
he was up there with you?
Yeah.
Maritime.
It's because we're on the hardest difficulty. Is why he was so tough.
But we are on the hardest difficulty.
Yeah, that's why it was so hard.
Who is stupidly easy to kill, but at least drops legendary loot towards the end of the game each time he's killed.
You think yourself worthy to wield the Dragon Knight's power?
Midnight.
Take control of the shrines.
Hard.
You did it.
As for the characters and their abilities, they're all fucking stupid.
She left her stuffed rabbit in the church.
I fucking hate the music in this game.
Need more goat milk or oat milk?
Fuck!
This is a DJ Mushmouth production. Like,
No,
I mean,
how
put some
dare
respect
you.
on his name.
How dare you? Put respect on his name. DJ Mushmouth would not even fucking make this bullshit.
They suck. Each character is supposed to get, like, I don't know, 2 abilities and an ultimate. But when you get shit like an umbrella,
Umbrella animation.
I cast a
I'm just
lot.
stuck with an umbrella. I can't take out my guns.
I don't want to be this guy because he sucks.
Because I can't get out of this stupid umbrella spell. I can't even switch to any of my guns.
Wow.
Choose a talent.
Wow.
Run interference.
Just never-ending spell power.
Yeah, I can't take it off. I can't even like do anything else.
or an elevator.
Being dead bothered me a lot more.
You're so cool with your elevator.
Yeah, I feel so powerful.
Why do you have to be part of the problem?
The only way you can do it is an elevator or
A crow that sounds like a robot.
A killing blow.
Sucks.
Let's go.
A fine.
And this guy's such a fucking asshole to his little bird. Double not endearing. He's fucking stupid.
Fucking mines to blow your friends up all fucking game being a troll.
As if I can't see him.
I tried to save this realm.
Excuse me,
I
Alex.
C4. Mine's abilities are way cooler than yours.
Yeah, yours is the best.
I couldn't even see what the boss.
Can you not destroy all the goddamn fucking...
I cast a large
Well, all the humans are dead.
And of course, calling in your ex-boyfriend.
Is that your ex-boyfriend?
Yep. And he disappears on. Yeah.
That's it.
That's why he's my ex.
That's right, you broke up.
Yeah.
Stupid fucking
He
guy.
loves me.
I mean, God, these are just lame as fuck. What? OJ, what are you doing? We're under attack by vampires! No, Alex! What? Are you on the...
UV gun works good against the vampires. Somewhat.
And there's a standard stake gun, which is really effective against pureblood vampires, but, I mean, that's about all.
Oh no, vampire!
Gloria.
Fine. Why do you have to be part of the problem?
That was intense.
Destroy Gloria during the key to wellness was the achievement I just unlocked.
I just got the key.
Apparently that was the boss.
Cool. I mean, the best part of the game is below average by today's standards. And the rest of the game? Well, the rest of the game is shit.
Okay, I'm dead.
Run again.
I am electrocuted? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
My beloved is gone, but his power remains. Control the strongholds and make use of it.
One of us did.
I'm stuck on the fucking ladder. I can't go up or I can't go down. I'm stuck.
Constant T-posing of characters.
You see this guy T-posing, Zero?
Sweet.
Choose a talent.
Oh, he's wearing a red shirt for you?
Your enemies will before you.
I got a green shirt.
Harness the
Excuse me,
power
sir.
of sun and moon.
Excuse me, sir.
Put an end to this
You know where the fucking zombies are at? Or, I mean,
Killing
vampires,
spree.
my bad. Oh my god, he's dead.
Constantly getting stuck in the levels. Is this a joke?
Punchline. Ah!
Excellent strike.
I can't.
The Nexus just got a little safer.
Fuck! Alright, I just spent $4,000 to not get ammo.
Oh my god.
2 in a row failed.
Bugs, broken progress bars.
Back on. Defend the Pickering substation until everybody get closer, unless the mission is fucking broken.
On the objectives thing, it shows a different number. It shows 25%.
Make your enemies suffer.
Yeah, the UI is broken. 30%. Wow.
This garden shall fall.
Leave
65.
Most excellent.
I think the enemies have stopped spawning.
Bethesda shit DRM.
Bethesda. Nobody fucking uses Bethesda. Took fucking an hour because of fucking Bethesda.net. Fucking bullshit. And why is the screen smaller than it needs to be?
Glitches galore.
Kill them all. Oh, it makes the whole game glitch.
Your killing
Go into his body.
ended.
Go ta 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 ta.
Oh yeah, well, what the
Wow.
Frame rate drops constantly. For this? For these shit graphics and crappy lighting.
Damn, Joe, where'd you learn those moves?
Michael Jackson.
Damn, that might be a level above Michael. I'm sorry. You can forward moonwalk. Who's bad?
Who's bad?
Joe's bad.
Who's bad? I'm bad.
I'm bad. Real bad. It's real bad.
And randomly your sound will just stop working.
Yeah, I don't hear any gunshots.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I shot it.
Nope, I did not.
That's fun.
I think the game is broken.
Huh?
Oh, check it out. The no sound bug again, because the game is completely finished and totally done. No additional work necessary. It is in released state. This is embarrassing.
A completely empty and repetitive world.
That's a powerful beast to me. It's like
Cool, I'm so glad this is an open world that I can explore nothing.
We up there getting there.
Ugh.
Take hold of the shrines. Earn the Dragon Knight's power.
I will show you a monster.
Why is everybody going in all random directions? Oh, because there's
Mountain.
I'm really excited about the setting of the town of Redfall.
there is no way up here.
Mountains just padding time.
That's what they are for, man. I'm so tired. The whole that's it. I'm running.
Go around. We don't want to go around. We just want a straight line.
With huge mountains in your way, literally padding for time. It's decades-old gameplay with crap graphics. I don't know, and why are all the costumes furry shit? I don't get it.
What the fuck?
They got
I
new
guess it's
costume.
my werewolf skin, I guess. This is stupid.
Oh, you get to be a furry. That's good.
Look, even if they polished the hell out of it and fixed all the bugs, it still would be a bad game. Completely boring and not worth its $70 purchase price for all of the reasons I detailed here. It never challenges you, never lets you be creative. It is slapped together in the worst way and pushed out the door. This could have been a cool idea, a zombie game, only instead of zombies you kill fucking vampires. Hell, make a game with both vampires, zombies, and werewolves. That would put in some variation that this game sorely lacks. And this just ain't it, Chief. And at this level of quality, if this is what we're gonna see from Bethesda and Microsoft in their partnership going forward, we are totally fucked. Hell, even Phil himself had to apologize for this piece of shit.
I'll start, I'll hit Redfall, but I'll just say all up. There's nothing that's more difficult for me than disappointing the Xbox community. Just to kind of watch the community lose confidence, be disappointed. I'm disappointed. I'm upset with myself. I kind of revisit our process. You know, I think back to the announcement of 60 frames per second, and then we weren't shipping 60 frames per second. That was kind of our punch in the chin, rightfully, a couple weeks ago. And then seeing the game come out, and the critical response was not what we wanted. And it's disappointing.
Oh, well, we never got a fucking peep from Arcane Austin themselves.
Redfall is our effort to take what Arcane does well, a hybrid of first-person games and RPGs, and stretch ourselves a little bit. Does this work in the open world? Does it work both solo and with co-op players? Can we take all our narrative layers and our improvisational mechanics and our style and spread that out across an open world?
I kept waiting for some kind of statement, some kind of admission of guilt or semblance of remorse or sorry, but nope, business as usual over there.
Something that's also been nice about the vampires being the antagonists is that they're not mindless. They're not just let me run and eat your brain, right? So they're actually thoughtful. They are a bit more of a predator, and also humans are terrifying, right? So the cultists and Bellwether are. They're also more tactical. So yeah, they take cover. You know, they flank you. All those good things.
Well, the other thing is like,
yeah, they take cover. You know, they flank you. All those good things.
Yeah, they take cover. Flank you.
It took a ton of bad decisions to get a game to this point, and it's all laid bare here. Playtesting? What playtesting? There's no fucking way a damn person at that studio played this game before release and said, yup, we're proud of this one. Shame on you, Arcane. Shame on you, Bethesda.
Oh, did I crash? What the fuck's happening?
I did.
Failed connect. Yeah.
Oh, shit, I just opened the door.
This is what it takes. My husband is dead.
Fuck! And how the hell do you make a co-op game where the progress only saves in just the host save file? So all the torture that you went through is rendered useless in your own game. Just another casualty of modern gaming.
You expected this feature to work? Sounds like you haven't heard of a little thing called modern gaming.
We'll fix it later. Well, fuck that. And we're gonna get an ever-increasing amount of these pieces of unfinished corporate garbage like this until we put an end to this bullshit, finish-it-later mentality. Stop supporting these AAA developers who do this, and instead support more indie developers. Hell, I want to go back and play more Dead Island 2 rather than subject myself to more of this crap. I beg so for the next zombie game, if this is what it's like to play a vampire game.
Hey, Joe.
This cannot stand.
The final verdict for Bethesda and Microsoft's Redfall is a fucking 2! A fucking 2 out of 10!
His strength was not yours to keep.
I hated all 12 hours I had to play. Shit gameplay, shit story, shit character, shit graphics, shit performance, and shit! Only for the most brain-dead of looter-shooter fans who will accept and literally play anything.
What motivation do you have to tell us it's fine, but needs fixes? If it needs fixes, how is it fine? You fuck! Use your brain! So tired of people accepting garbage.
It's barely playable.
You're telling me the same team that made Dishonored and Dishonored 2 made this piece of shit? What the fuck happened to you? Arcane, you're embarrassing my city. You're embarrassing my city.
From a
It is time to get something off my chest. When a new hero or rework comes out, I feel like most of the For Honor community, YouTubers included, only look at some aspects of a hero when providing feedback instead of a full picture. So I provided 6 major points I believe are all crucial to have a successful hero that is fun to fight with and against. So I'll leave this image on screen as I describe each of them individually and why they're important. Then I'll get into my problem with the
It won't be long before the shrines are ready for the taking.
Viability. Does this hero have viable offense? Are you handicapping yourself or your team by picking this hero? Winning is undoubtedly a major part of fun in this game. So much so that some people just pick a hero not because they enjoy it, but because by playing that hero it earns them more victories. Landing attacks on people is fun and satisfying. They are small hits. So by playing a hero where you can do that more often, and by ultimately winning a match, it feels good. So
control both shrines, and the Dragon Knight's power is yours.
A well-designed hero needs to be fun to fight with and against. And it's never fun fighting someone you know isn't that good, but is doing way better than they should, purely out of the hero they chose to play. And there are also cases where by playing an overpowered hero, the sense of winning just isn't the same anymore. You know you didn't win completely out of your own volition, so all you get now are empty victories. At least that happens with me. That is why I go out of my way to avoid heroes like Yandy or Zanhu. Complexity. There are exceptions, like Warden, who is supposed to be a simple hero for new players, but ideally I'd like to play a hero for more than 2 weeks and not feel like I already know their entire moveset. For example, when I was at Rep 5 with Berserker, I discovered he could soft feint neutral heavies into dodge attack. And by trying to find a way to make this useful, I realized I could soft feint a heavy into a dash forward light, which has hyper armor, works as an opener, and most importantly, the timing is different from your usual heavy feinted light, Finding this was such a nice surprise because it adds another level of damage you can do. The hero for a larger period of time. This happened again at Rep 8, when I found he could do a zone after any whipped attack. I was like, okay, that's so cool. How can I make this work? And there you have it. Adding stuff that doesn't appear to be overpowered at first glance is a really good thing, and making hero complex in this way is not only refreshing, but can lead to some very cool moments when you find out something you didn't know you could do. Uniqueness. Why am I playing this hero and not everybody else? If a lot of heroes have a very similar playstyle, which they do, then this can lead to a feeling of repetitiveness and boredom from the player. If you have a lot of characters in a fighting game that play mostly the same, then why have them in the first place? Cool factor. This is what makes you even want to play a hero in the first place. When you see a Yorm get a hammer slam, you're like, damn, I want to do that. I want to play Yorm just to do that one move. Or, wow, landing deflex with Shinobi looks really cool. Or the way Nobushi can kind of evade anything if you're good enough is so trippy. I want to do that as well. I want to flip multiple people with Black Rider. I want to land a 30 damage unblockable heavy with Highlander, be it because of the animation, sound effect, or seeing the enemy's health bar drop by a big amount after doing a really nice read. Most heroes have something akin to this. But I just wish these cool, raw abilities were more emphasized. Do not underestimate how important dopamine hits are in this game. Other than the fashion, they can be the sole reason you choose to play a hero in the first place. For example, I don't even like Yorm, but I like the fact you can do different punishes depending on the situation. And getting a hammer slam on the minion, knowing I will get a shield that will allow me to keep going for just a little longer, is a major reason why I play it. Because that one move is so fun. Lastly, believability. If Ubisoft came to tomorrow and said, hey, we do not think Lucia is strong enough in teamfights, so we're giving her hyper armor on every heavy, would that be a good thing? If they came out and said, we're giving Shugoki a triple light chain because he feels underwhelming, would that be a good thing? Of course not. These things can be easily overlooked by players, but truth is, they can suck you out of the experience of playing a fighting game that is mostly based on medieval combat. Because if they keep adding things that don't make sense for the sake of making a hero that works, like pirates having infinite bullets that only deal 5 damage, then at that point you're not playing a medieval combat game with some small fantasy elements. You're playing a game that looks like one. And For Honor's point is easily immersive. The more that the game can immerse you in its world and the setting, the more fun you will have. I guess I'll address the silly little argument of For Honor was never realistic. In essence, this is the same exact argument you will hear when someone points out something that doesn't make sense in a fantasy movie or book. In the end, it's all about how certain media can keep you from suspending your disbelief. In the case of For Honor, you believe Shinobi and Shaolin can teleport because they know some weird fantasy martial art. You could definitely see this being a real thing and making sense in this world. But what about pirates having
enemy
infinite
keep
bullets?
has fallen.
Is she a magical pirate? Is this ever explained in any way? No? Well, that is the difference. You can believe Black Prior can lift multiple people with one arm when doing a pancake flip, because it's already established that heroes in this game are meant to be pretty much superhuman at this point. But why is it that he has an undodgeable attack that comes from top, the side you usually associate with power, and an unblockable that looks to be more like an area swipe that realistically would be much harder to dodge? I mean, just look at the animations. One is clearly trying its hardest to strike down one target with as much power as possible, and the other is clearly trying to get as much area denial as he can with one sword. All these tiny suspensions of physical keep piling up slowly, and eventually they can pull you out of the experience altogether, and make For Honor feel very video gamey and dumb. If the heroes you see are nothing more than a bunch of polygons with hitboxes and sound effects, instead of the characters they're meant to be, all for the sake of making a hero viable in the laziest way possible, then would it not be better to at least try and make a hero viable while making its moveset make sense? I don't know why people act like this is something impossible to achieve. It is very much possible. However, and now let me explain my biggest gripe with competitive For Honor and mostly clear in general. When a new hero drops, what most people complain about immediately is the balance or viability of such. No matter the skill bracket, discourse will always be centered around these two. People always complain about the Pharah deals way too much damage, and never about, wait, why does a Pharah have an undodgeable from top? Why can I dodge a slow, heavy weapon that is coming after me vertically? This is because people have already cut down to the idea that viability and balance is all that matters when designing a hero. So as long as that hero works, it's okay. Well, no, that's not enough. And this may come as a surprise to some people, but you can have believability, uniqueness, viability, and balance all at the same time. None of these are mutually exclusive at all. So in reality, it's the designer's fault for even thinking that a slow top undodgeable should be associated with a hero using a mace of all weapons. It simply doesn't fit the character. Some suspension of disbelief is inevitable when making a functional fighting game. However, that is not an excuse for the absolute neglect the developers have put into having any sense of believability in hero kits. If a pair having a top undodgeable doesn't fit the character, then find another way to make this hero work. And believe me, there are many. And if you think waiting 6 months for a hero that is viable, balanced, complex, unique, cool, and believable is too much to ask from a AAA company that's been working on this game for 7 years now, then I'm just gonna tell you to raise your expectations. Because I'm sure as hell not lowering mine for a game that I love. There are so many mechanics they could add to hero movesets. I swear I'm going to make an entire video of me mentioning unused mechanics that will totally be added on new heroes or reworks, just to show everyone the potential this game can have, and to shut down all the people that say, oh, what else can they do?
Just a flash
I can't have anything to you.
You will recover.
My problem with the For Honor community is the extreme focus on balance and viability, while forgetting everything else that matters to making a hero fun. Because if the only complaint is the depth of the hero is viability, then they're going to be like, okay, the hero is not viable, I guess I'll add a chain unblockable with hyper armor. So my message to the For Honor community is, keep caring about balance as much as you do right now, but give these other factors a near equal amount of importance. Because in the end, yes, balance is the most important factor in a competitive fighting game, but balance alone does not make a game fun. And it's about time we start talking about that. I am sick and tired of only hearing complaints about this hero is too strong or this hero is too weak, and never about how can we make this hero be more fun. I think we as a community should be a bit tired by now of the usual bash and dodgeable mix-ups, bash feint into GB mix-up, unblockable mix-up. It's not that I'm saying they need to create a new mechanic entirely, like green attacks, but add some flair to mix-ups we already have. Like add some extra properties to this attack or that one, so that it's weaker in some way, used in this way, then it becomes stronger all of a sudden. Make characters with effects. Make moves cooler, like you did with Yoon when they added a running attack, where Yoon jumps and hits you with a hammer top to bottom, just because it looked cool. We need more stuff like that. And that will be all for today. So please, look forward to the next video where I'll be listing at least, I don't know, 30 unused mechanics that are totally see being used on new heroes, and I'll see you there. Goodbye. Breach teammates suck. In fact, I'd go as far as to say that 90% of people who play Breach don't know what the hell they're doing. Although if I say that 90% of Breach players suck at the game, then I guess that's most of my audience. For that reason, I'm going to assume that my viewer base has an IQ of above room temperature. So welcome to the top 5 worst Breach teammates in For Honor. And at the end of the video, I'll throw in a little bonus and explain why they suck so bad at the game. So first off is the garbage fighter. Yeah, I know. Very generic. But the average skill level of a Breach player compared to the average Dominion player is incomparable, honestly. Like in Dominion, I usually have to try to kill enemies. Not in Breach though. If it's a fair 1v1, I guarantee you I will win 90% of the time. And that's not because I'm good. It's because Breach players suck. But this bothers me because what happens if there's someone competent on the enemy team? In almost every game with a decent enemy, it feels like unless I personally intervene every fight, my teammates will lose almost every single fight they're in, and I can't rely on them whatsoever. So the only thing I can do is pray that the enemy is bad as well. So even if I am winning against the guy that I'm fighting, well now his friend is here because some teammate died to a 1v1 again, which leaves me in a 2v1 scenario, and guess what? If the enemy is even slightly competent, it's incredibly difficult to win a 2v1 unless you're playing Yorm. I don't have a problem with people who are picking up new heroes. That's obviously excusable. But man, if you have more than 10 reps in a character and you keep losing every single fight you're in, then get the fuck off my team, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I guess at that point it's more of a matchmaking problem, but bad matchmaking only exists because of bad players in the first place. And I know that sounds weird, but trust me, I'll explain that at the end of the video. Next up is the solo player. Have you ever tried to kill a Guardian alone? Well, if you have, you know that it takes a long time, and that most likely you're going to die. And the second someone tries to fight the Guardian, the entire enemy team will hear the noise and be alerted. That's why you only go Guardian with at least one other teammate. Because if you go solo, it's going to take you a month to kill the Guardian, you're going to be at low HP, the enemy's going to get there, kill you, and now it takes less time for the enemy to kill the Guardian because you got up to half HP already. By trying to kill the Guardian alone, at best you're going to be wasting your time and leaving your team one man down, and at worst you are essentially working for the enemy team and giving them the Guardian on a silver platter. The solo player will also sometimes forget he's playing in team. This results in these types of people killing officers instead of letting their low HP teammate execute them for health, or even respawning alone in the last phase of the game, instead of waiting until their whole team is dead so they can respawn their whole team and go for one final push to the commander. I've lost so many games because some idiots got bored of waiting and decided to respawn where it shouldn't have. It's amazing how one click can ruin an entire game. At number 3, we have the Blind Monkey. And I swear to God, some people have tunnel vision while playing this game. Monkey sees enemy, monkey chases enemy, monkey kills enemy. Yes, I'm talking about the people that prioritize killing over doing objectives. Whether the ram's about to get hit by the 4th cauldron, it doesn't really matter, because the most optimal thing to do at all times is chase people around the map, letting go of the zone you are holding, and most important of all, of course, keep fighting in the healing zone until the enemy is dead, no matter what. Now hear me out. If you can survive fighting 2 or more people at the same time in the healing zone for a good amount of time, you're actually doing a decent service to your team, because that's 2 enemies you're keeping busy. But God knows how many times I've seen several teammates ganking someone on the healing zone while there's some important objective to be made, like, hey, the rampart is clear. If you disengage and let your teammate 1v1 the enemy on the healing zone, you're probably gonna have enough time to capture a point before the enemies get to it. Or, wow, you're taking 5 minutes to kill one enemy while someone is pulling down the cauldron or capturing the banner. I've seen people chase low HP enemies around the map going to heal instead of pulling the cauldron, which is the main objective of the game. Guys, it doesn't matter how many people you kill, go do the fucking objective, and if you have nothing to do, then go and kill people. At number 2, the stupidest one of them all, the pikeman farmer. When the game starts, instead of pushing the rampart, which is absolutely the most important thing to do, and you should always send 3 or even better 4 people to it, this player will instead opt to go kill pikemen for some easy renown. But you know, let's ignore the fact that the enemy has now captured the point because your team lacked manpower to hold them off because you were busy farming renown. The most absolute clown move you can pull off in a Breach game is, as an attacker, killing pikemen to advance the ram while the rampart hasn't been captured yet. Because let's say you do manage to take the ram all the way to the cauldron. That literally achieves nothing, because now the ram has suffered heavy damage from the archers, and the enemy team is probably about to pull down the cauldron, leaving the ram with 2/3 or even half of its original health. All because you thought you were being useful by killing pikemen for 10 straight minutes, and that it's your team's fault for not capturing the rampart in a constant 3v4. The only time when it's acceptable to push the ram past the points you've captured is when it's made clear that no matter the attempts, you simply cannot capture the rampart. At that point, you cut your losses, you push the ram despite the archers dealing damage to the ram. This is the absolute last resort. And yet for some reason, some people seem to think that that's what you should do when the game starts. Sending one person to the pikeman lane as a defender is fine. But if you're attacking, you should 100% of the time send 4 people to the rampart. Try and body block the enemy, don't let them get in, capture the point, then you kill the pikeman. Whatever little damage the ram takes while you're busy capturing points is absolutely negligible compared to the damage it's going to suffer otherwise if you don't. And finally, at number 1, the coward, the pussy, the quitter. These types of players will suck at actually fighting, and they are an amalgamation of all the players listed before. The only way they will generally win a fight is by ganking, or if the enemy sucks as much as they do. These players will run away from fights, walk around the map at 1 HP doing nothing because they're too afraid to die in a video game, and the second they feel like the game isn't a guaranteed win and that they have to actually try, they quit. In 90% of Breach games, there will at least be one quitter, which makes the game impossible for the rest of the players in their respective team. The worse a player is, the more likely they will be a quitter. Now, let me make this clear. If you quit while your entire team is alive and fighting, you're a pussy and should go back to fighting bots. PvP clearly isn't for you. If you quit while having one bot, but your team is still fighting and there's a decent chance at winning, you're still a pussy, but I won't blame you. And if you have 2 or even 3 bots in your team, then go ahead and quit. Unless a miracle happens, the game is officially over. So in the end, why are so many Breach players so bad at the game? And why do I always end up with them? I have a theory. And it's just theory, but hear me out. For Honor's matchmaking works off KD and or win rate, right? That means that the people who prioritize killing players instead of sacrificing themselves for the sake of capturing an objective will inevitably have a higher KD. Not to mention, someone who only farms pikemen and gets their feats faster will inevitably be more powerful than someone who knows doing objectives is more important regardless of renown. And even then, that's not all, because PvP and PvAI share the same win rate and KD, meaning people who only play PvAI have a higher win rate than a PvP player, even if they themselves are much worse at the game. And hold up, it gets better. I don't think your KD and win rate gets affected if you leave the game midway through. Meaning, pussies and quitters that are horrible at the game and quit the match midway will not have their MMR lowered on a game that would otherwise most likely result in defeat. So now you know what I meant by bad players cause bad matchmaking. Because of all the players I've talked about up till now play the game wrong in a way that only benefits them, or they quit midway which skews the matchmaking, making their KD and win rate higher than it should be, and players who only fight against bots have no real game sense anyway. This is why, as someone who only does PvP, knows how to play Breach, and knows all its rules and objectives, I get paired up with garbage fighters, solo players, blind monkeys, pikeman farmer, and quitters. And I know that I'm not alone on that, because I've seen other people complaining about this exact thing too. Upon having this realization, I find it much better in terms of my mental health to go into each Breach game expecting that my team will be ass, and be happily surprised when it's not. So anyway, that's it. I really just wanted to get this rant out of the way. Thank you for watching. I fucking hate Breach, man. It is time to get something off my chest.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy that makes videos that may or may not piss you off, and today we're going to be talking about For Honor. For Honor is a pretty broken and shattered game. It has fallen into a place where it has become increasingly more aggravating to play. Also, the atmosphere of this game is pretty toxic, and we are going to talk about why. I'm going to break this video down into 4 parts: the meta, the toxic player base, the matchmaking, and the mechanics. We are going to talk about the meta first. The meta in For Honor heavily shifted recently with the big nerf to Raider and the introduction of Jormungandr. Also, I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce Jormungandr's name. Is it Jormungandr, Jormungandir? I don't really know, so I'm just going to call her Yorm. Yorm is unhealthy for the game in a few ways. At her core, she is a stamina bully, which is a weird character style to place in a game where we completely rely on stamina to do anything. So fighting Yorm is like fighting someone that doesn't want you to be able to play the game or have fun. Having less stamina reduces how much you can retaliate and combo against a character, which can make fighting Yorm pretty annoying. And of course, let's not forget how heavily Yorm capitalizes on knocking a player out of stam, which is a pretty easy task for her to do. Also, going for a parry on Yorm is almost suicide if the player knows how to feint and guard break. She can also take 2 bars of health in one hammer slam and get an overshield for landing that hammer slam. Yeah, I think that's a bit ridiculous. Not to mention every move Yorm does is pretty much a 50-50, and if you guess wrong... And although Yorm is probably my biggest problem with this game in terms of a hero, she is only a small part of the problem. Other heroes like Lawbringer and Hitakiri are still problematic in their own ways. Both of these heroes have a million 50-50s that punish really hard, as well as having hyper poise and high health pools. It is pretty much common knowledge at this point that these heroes are extremely powerful, so I'm not going to waste any time rambling on about them. Now, of course, every hero can be really strong in their own way, but some heroes can do that way easier than others with way less effort. Now, I'm not saying that every player that plays these heroes is inherently bad at the game, because there are definitely some good players out there that play these heroes, but they have created a certain kind of meta that isn't necessarily fun for anyone who isn't playing those characters. For example, people who like experimenting with new heroes and having some variety in their character choice are going to have a hard time fighting someone who does nothing but play the same meta hero over and over again. I know this from experience. Personally, myself and many others like changing things up pretty often when it comes to character choice. Now put a player like me against someone who plays nothing but Lawbringer or Yorm or any other strong hero for that matter. Knows every mix-up in the book, knows the exact last second they can feign their attacks to trip you up. And you guess who would probably win that fight? Of course it's going to be the guy who plays the same hero already. Now of course some people are going to say to just play to your opponent's weakness, and for most heroes there is a flaw that you can execute. For example, Orochi's dodge attacks are easily parried and can be baited out most of the time. Heroes like Lawbringer don't have a key weakness, so it's inherently more difficult to counter, especially with most players playing really passive and reactive playstyles as of late. So why am I elaborating on all of this as if it's a big deal? Well, because it is. It changes the way people play and treat the game. When there are extremely powerful meta heroes present that don't have a big exploitable weakness, it forces most people into a pity hole. Most people are playing nothing but the top tier characters because that's all they can find success with. In their defense, why should you experiment with a new hero when you'll probably just get matched up against a player's main character that's going to wipe the floor with you? And of course, no one wants to lose. I've even seen it with my own friends. They try to play heroes like Shinobi or Orochi and then immediately go back to their main after losing to a Lawbringer 8 times in a row. I've asked myself that question a million times. Why not just main a meta hero? And I think the answer for me is, I can't play the same character over and over again because I find that boring. I don't want to feel like I'm playing Kensei or Warden Simulator. I want to feel like I'm playing For Honor, which to me is playing every hero the game has to offer. Because in their own way, every hero is a different experience. Obviously some people would rather just play one character all the time, and that's fine. But it does make the game less desirable to people who like experimenting, because most of the time, For Honor is very repetitive. It's the same meta heroes over and over again. Almost every single Brawl, Breach, or Dominion game I get into, there's always a Lawbringer, and usually a Yorm or Hitakiri as well. And I'll be honest, it gets really boring. There's very little variety in the opponents I get matched against, and unfortunately when there is a meta as strong as this, it spreads like a disease. More and more people start playing these heroes because it's the easiest way to fight them. Fight fire with fire, right? But for a lot of people, this makes For Honor get less and less fun to play. It even drives people away from the game entirely. For Honor's player base has slowly withered away as time has gone on, and I think improper balancing of heroes definitely plays a large role in that. The next topic is the toxic player base, and this goes hand in hand with the meta. Players in For Honor are abnormally toxic / mad. There's a lot of hate mail, lots of chat spamming, and lots of toxic play. And by toxic play, I mean exploiting environmental kill zones over and over again, or doing nothing but ganking as a 4-man team. Now I had to ask myself, why is For Honor's player base so toxic? It's really simple. We just talked about it. Getting stomped by the same heroes over and over again when you're just trying to have fun gets players worked up and frustrated, which causes them to lash out at everything. Listen, I get it. Losing 7 times in a row to people you know you could beat if they weren't playing that stupid hero is an awful feeling. That fills up that rage meter pretty quickly, and some stranger out there is going to get a strongly worded message from you because you're upset. Yeah, I've been there, a few times actually. But from the outside looking in, that makes For Honor look like an awful game to get into. When I've asked people why they don't play For Honor, the usual answer I get is, well, that game is too toxic for me and it looks frustrating. And I wish it wasn't that way, but with the current balancing, it's hard not to get upset at this game sometimes. Or all the time. And oh god, the matchmaking. Don't even get me started. For Honor's matchmaking is awful. Hands down one of the worst I've ever experienced. Get this. I'm rep 71 overall. I don't have a character over rep 8. Yet I get matched against people who are rep 5, 20, 200, sometimes even 300 plus overall. And some are playing their max rep main, and some are just little level 1s who just started playing. This is because of a little something called skill-based matchmaking. Ever heard of it? It's like never worked. Ever. Because although maybe our KD ratios and win-loss ratios may be similar, our realistic skill levels could be drastically different. I've been 3-0'd quite a few times in duels, and I've 3-0'd quite a few people in duels. Both of which I'm not happy about, because even if I win and stomp the other player, I know that it wasn't a fun time for that person. I've been in their shoes before. That's not a good fight, that's a blowout. Neither of us are going to come away from that fight as a better player. There aren't many times I've had genuine, even skill fights with people. I can count the number of times it's happened on one hand. On top of that, I've had terrible teammates in Dominion and Breach when the enemy team is completely stacked full of really good players. I'd really like to know how that works. For Honor desperately needs a new matchmaking system. I'm not sure what though, because I'm not a gaming matchmaking analyst. All I know is that this garbage doesn't work, and I think we can all agree on that. Last but definitely not least is the mechanics. For Honor's mechanics definitely need some fixing. Fundamentally they are fine, but they need some tweaks here and there. First of all, revenge is a broken mechanic. Either it works too well, or it doesn't work at all. I find myself asking the question, where's my revenge, quite often, and yet I'll breathe in the general direction of the player and nail it. Second on the list is the guard mechanics, especially on Blood Star. I've talked with quite a few people about this to confirm my suspicions, and they are all experiencing the same thing. Blocking will just flat out not work sometimes. I don't know if it's a latency related issue or not, but either way it's awful. For example, I'll be sitting in, let's say, right guard. An attack will come from the same side, and it will just hit me as if I wasn't in one. I've even had friends that were spectating to take note of it and say something. Overall, I can definitely say I'm not happy with the current state of For Honor. I'm still hoping Year 4 balances this game out. We definitely need an Operation Health style update for this game. Hopefully one day it'll make me want to play it as much as it did once upon a time. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. Please share this around with as many people as you can. Hopefully it'll come to Ubisoft's attention. Also, I encourage all of you to try out a hero you aren't comfortable with. Let's try and thin the herd of meta heroes together. Also, leave your most hated hero in the comments below. And don't forget to like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Later.
I grow tired of your petty squabbling. Gather tribute. Earn my favor.
So, if there were 2 words that could describe everything wrong with multiplayer games today, only one pair comes to mind. Live service.
The reality is, what made Overwatch 2 Overwatch 2 was canceled.
Congratulations, sir. Your Krabby Patty pizza is here.
Where's my drink? You lost the trust of the gaming industry.
Mode would be nice, which funny enough, they also teased that we still haven't heard anything about.
My drink?
No forge at launch.
My diet Dr. Kelp?
They knew how broken it was. The actual cost to unlock the entire store in Infinite for $1,000 to unlock everything in the store by design.
Don't tell me you forgot my drink!
They're not doing anything here that other games aren't doing more of and better.
How am I supposed to eat this pizza without my drink?
The fact that they said it would be there on launch multiple times, then say, hey, our bad, it's not going to be there.
Did you ever once think of the customer?
Infinite money is not enough. There must also be infinite growth. But the industry did crash, because that's what happens when you try to sustain an unsustainable business model.
Stripped away what was supposed to be the main component of it.
You call yourself a delivery boy? Well, I ain't buying!
I want you to think back to the past 2 years and how many quick service games have come and gone, or worse, gone past free to play. $17? Well, at least the first battle pass is what the fuck? There's really been no shortage of duds. Splitgate, Multiverses, Halo Infinite, Apex Mobile, Fallout 76, The Division 2, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, Battlefield 2042, Suicide Squad, Overwatch 2. Oh, you're first.
Greetings,
games. By now, we're all familiar with what happened. Overwatch 1 was killed. There was a 4-year gap, and then Blizzard came back, and surprise, guys, we've actually been working on Overwatch 2. It's going to be free to play, and it's going to have all this cool new stuff you have to pay for. And did I mention the campaign? It's basically an entire new game, and that's why we disappeared this whole time. To give you guys this really cool and fun experience. Never mind. What? Yeah, no, it's not coming out anymore. What about the video? Nope, didn't work. What about the Don't worry, we have a Reinhardt skill. Issue number 1 with live service. There are absolutely no guarantees. Yeah, it's on the roadmap. Yeah, you saw a video of it. Yeah, content creators played it and said it was finished and they loved it. But none of that matters if it's not installed in the game. It doesn't exist. Live service, and really any service, is built on trust more than anything else. It's the idea that I give you my money because you say you're gonna do something and you're gonna do it. And that sounds incredibly easy and straightforward because, well, it is. It's part of the burden you take on with live service, and well, Overwatch 2 did more over-promising than anything else, and once you break that trust, it's incredibly hard to get back, especially when you make your game seem like it's unfinished. You see, the entire idea of that number 2 being on the title is because of the PvE mode. And yeah, the new stuff announced this week does look like a lot of fun, even if it isn't the same PvE that the game was initially promised to be, but there's still a bad taste in my mouth. Pretend we never got an early access game, and this is what Overwatch 2 is actually launching as this year, with 6 new heroes, 2 new game modes, massive balance changes, an updated practice range with an aim trainer, hero traits, and campaign missions. This is what Overwatch 2 deserved to be from the start. I'd have paid money to play it, and it wouldn't have damaged your reputation nearly as bad, but what got in the way of it? Live service moolah. Why release a finished game and campaign at $30 a copy when I can spoon feed it to you and try to entice you with everything I can along the way? It's a money printer, right? Wrong. Yeah, it looks like a good move at a glance, and sure, you're gonna make some pretty good money at first with all of those promises you made, but what happens if you can't make those promises, meet those deadlines, or worse, cut features? You lose the trust of those players, and in a live service, what's keeping them around now that they don't know what to expect from you? Take these new missions as the perfect example. Instead of dropping a full campaign at once like originally planned, they're going to be giving it 3 missions, seemingly, every other season. Which, yeah, that'll be cool for an afternoon or 2, but what are they really adding to the game now that they've gutted the skill trees and made the missions way less replayable? Even if the story is great, the words aren't good, are people really going to replay them? Hell, one of these missions has been on YouTube in full since 2019, but you wanted my Battle Pass money to pay for this? It's just going to be cutscene, killed robots while delivering cargo, defusing a bomb, or escorting Kevin until a final cutscene plays, and then repeat it on another map. Yay, I've never seen this before. It honestly just feels so mad, because, again, Overwatch could be so cool. Look at MW2 Raids as a perfect comparison where, yeah, they're kind of fun at first, but after that first hour of playing it, one alright mission being released every 2 to 3 months, well, it's hard to even stay excited or look forward to them because you forget about them 2 days after you play it. At least with Call of Duty, there was already an entire campaign in the game. With Overwatch, well, this is the campaign. Huh? The missions are gonna cost money? $15 for 3 missions. After all of this.
I'm all out of money!
I have to rewrite this script one more time because Blizzard keeps making the wrong decisions. The whole point is for the missions to be part of the free-to-play. Even Modern Warfare. Oh my, you're so greedy! Okay, I'm calm, I'm cool. Back to the video. And really, that's my second biggest issue with live service today. Right off the bat, I don't want to be misconstrued. Good live service games exist. They are all over. But good live service games don't withhold features. They add new ones. Which goes to issue number 2 with live service. So many of these companies are just lost in the sauce chasing the Fortnite money. If you're a series like Overwatch or Halo and you have years of features, game modes, cosmetics that people have grown used to having, and you're pitching your live service game to be a sequel, well, you can't just take away features from previous games and slowly, painfully give them back. If your game is truly a sequel, show us what's new. And I think a lot of these studios have gotten really lost in the sauce because it's really easy to look at Fortnite and think, oh, people are playing that because of the crossovers, the simple gameplay, the shops. You can try to recreate that all on your own and you'd be surprised when it collapses. But there's a reason none of you are succeeding. It's incredibly easy to forget that before Fortnite was, well, Fortnite, it was this. A zombie survival base builder. The whole Battle Royale thing came way after, and Epic Games saw what worked, doubled down on it, adapted, and then followed that idea of reinventing itself ever since. And that's the formula. That's how you make a good live service game. It also got sued for a bunch of predatory practices, so maybe don't meet your heroes. Fortnite succeeds because it's constantly reinventing itself, evolving, and keeping players new and old coming back to play again. And yeah, of course, the skins and cool crossovers definitely help the game out and are where Fortnite makes more money each quarter than most countries' GDPs. Get fucked, Fiji. But the only reason there's customers in the shop is because, well, they came the game. So fucking stupid. It's not just a live service, it's a live service. Something that's honestly not even needed, and nothing proves that point more. TF2. Look, there was a reason I used Kotsky Kick in the beginning. Also, subscribe. I can't really compete with how fast some larger guys can get videos out. It's literally just me behind the scenes, so every sub counts. And, you know, they've had enough to eat. I really, really appreciate it. Team Fortress 2 is a live service game that is barely acknowledged by its creators today, but it's lived on for what, 10, 20 years? And it's still going strong because, well, people play good games. Galaxy Brain, I know. But yeah, if you make a good product and you even just set up a system where the community can flourish and do their thing on their own, well, odds are they're gonna do just that. And honestly, I'm a little jealous of Team Fortress 2 players because I never really played it. Maybe that's a good video idea. Issue number 3 with live service. They're blinded by the money. One of the biggest questions of this year has been, how does the studio that made Prey, an incredibly intricate sandbox shooter, put out whatever Redfall is? And go write this up. Do you guys see this? Why is it falling like a slideshow? Oh my god, this is next gen. Well, while it's not 100% of the issue, a huge reason for why Redfall is, well, Redfall is because very early on in its development, the game was forced to be live service because, well, suits wanted money. You see, Redfall started development in 2018, right around the time ZeniMax, the owner of Bethesda, was looking to sell itself for the most money possible. So they wanted every game to be live service, full of micros, and overall appearing to be a money printer. So when Microsoft looked at a Windows divide, it looked like a good investment, and it worked. In 2020, Microsoft purchased Bethesda for an insane $7.5 billion smackers, and woo, we did it! They pulled our bluff. Let's go make a fun single-player game like we're famous for, right, boss? Boss? Everything purchased, ZeniMax was given complete freedom under Microsoft and stuck to its guns, making sure that Redfall would only release as a live service multiplayer game. Something that I want to point out is an insane task to give a small team like Bethesda Arcane, a studio that has only experience in single-player games.
You're in my conference room. Just follow the dots. When it turns green, touch it.
There must be a reason.
Well done. Let the curse end.
No, chat, I'm done. Nope, game's over. Good stream. Bye-bye. No. And we all know how it went. It's a decision that Phil Spencer would later openly regret, saying in an interview that Xbox didn't do a good job engaging with Arcane Austin, repeating a mistake they had already made with Halo Infinite. And really, live services created a culture of chasing the bag over anything and everything else, and without a doubt, Overwatch 2 became the way it is because Activision was looking to be bought by Microsoft. This just shows how misunderstood the success of a live service game really is across the board. It's like every studio is just blindly throwing franchise after franchise onto a live service wall and hoping one of them sticks and pays for the rest, with the only functional feature in any of these games being the shop. Seriously. Have you ever noticed, despite the countless issues these rushed live service games have, the shops are always pristine? But before you go harass a dev on Twitter or do something stupid, it's not their fault. It's companies like ZeniMax or Blizzard that are really killing it for both of us, devs and gamers alike.
You son of a bitch.
I don't like being given snippets of a full game every month, paying $30 every other week simply to get an experience of what a full game used to be. And devs don't want to work on and make bad games that get killed 1 year after launch because, well, you didn't make Indonesia's GDP in a quarter. That's how these big publishers are running the industry right now. They don't care if the game is good or completely broken. All that matters is the game costs 12 times more than it costs to make, and the easiest way to do that is pushing a game out before it's done. You know what I noticed? Overwatch 2, Halo Infinite, and Multiverses all launched with the words beta strapped onto them, and with the expectation that every purchase in the shop goes towards working and finishing on the game. But guys, that's not live service. That's crowdfunding. And as we're seeing, most of that money isn't even showing up in the updates we're getting. Overwatch 2 made over $100 million back in February. Halo Infinite made over $1 billion in its first year. In Multiverses, maybe it would have been better at $20. But the point still stands, there's a clear strategy to make as much money as possible with as little commitment as possible. And I don't think these companies realize how damaging these games are to their reputation. Halo as a franchise is pretty much dead in the water, Battlefield is snoozing, and even Call of Duty is struggling to get players in Warzone lobbies, all because they tried to play the live service game for the money and failed at making actual good games. Look, I think if you're one of these companies and you're looking over the fence jealous of the money Fortnite has, that's fine. I get it, man. We all want to make a quick buck, but you gotta understand why and how Fortnite even got there. As consumers, we're only getting smarter, and in a market as competitive as live service, where I can choose to play so many games for zero cost, well, comeback stories are just rarer than you think. Anyway, I'd love to know what you guys think about live service. Is it good? Is it bad? Somewhere in the middle? If you want more, just hit the button, you know.
One of the most important parts of a video game is the ending.
So, if there were two words that could describe everything wrong with multiplayer games today, only one pair comes to mind: live service.
The reality is, what made Overwatch 2 was canceled.
Congratulations, sir. Your Krabby Patty pizza is here.
Where's my drink? You've lost the trust of the gaming industry.
What drink?
An arcade mode would be nice, which funny enough, they also teased that we still haven't heard anything about.
My drink?
No Forge at launch.
My diet Dr. Kelp?
They knew how broken it was. The actual cost to unlock the entire store in Infinite were $1,000 to unlock everything in the store by design.
Don't tell me you forgot my drink!
They're not doing anything here that other games aren't doing more of and better.
How am I supposed to eat this pizza without my drink?
The fact that they said it would be there on launch multiple times, then say, hey, our bad, it's not going to be there.
Don't you ever once think of the customer?
Infinite money is not enough. There must also be infinite growth. But the industry did crash, because that's what happens when you try to sustain an unsustainable business model.
Stripped away what was supposed to be the main component of it.
You call yourself a delivery boy? Well, I ain't buying!
I want you to think back on the past 2 years and how many live service games have come and gone, or worse, gone past free to play. Man, $70? Well, at least the first battle pass is what the fuck? There's really been no shortage of duds. Splitgate, Multiverses, Halo Infinite, Apex Mobile, Fallout 76, The Division 2, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, Battlefield 2042, Suicide Squad, Overwatch 2. Oh, you're first.
Greetings!
By now, we're all familiar with what happened. Overwatch 1 was killed, there was a 4-year gap, and then Blizzard came back and, surprise, guys, we've actually been working on Overwatch 2. It's gonna be free to
You made it. Sorry as Soul here. This video, I will be discussing some qualms I have about Afira. I've heard a lot of complaints about Afitra, and well, you're right to be upset because she's made me want to commit more Sudoku. In fact, she's starting to make me despise feat in general. I'm tired of getting tiered 1 and tiered 3 right in a span of 5 seconds and losing all my HP. These feats are 500 MS, so you can dodge them if you are super focused, but you've got to expect them and not be on some sort of substance, which I doubt the majority of you aren't, since we all play For Honor. You will hear the word feat a lot in this video, so if you want to play a drinking game, take a shot of milk every time I say the word feat. The first time I saw Afira, I said I wouldn't mind getting hit by those turkey legs. You guys remember that? Oh, times have changed, and I've realized how naive and young Soul really really was. Little did I know that her tier 1 and tier 3 could be connected and used in conjunction to cause me absolute pain and trauma, and give me unending PTSD by seeing any kind of feat whatsoever on the hub. Of course, Ubisoft would allow that to happen. Now listen, one important thing before we talk about her feats is that you need to know the reason you aren't able to dodge a kick is because if you change your guard somehow, which most of us do, you will not be able to dodge the incoming kick when she gets a light attack on you. So if you blocked late, well, too bad. This bug was widely noticeable when Blackfire was first released in 2019, since he was the first hero to have the light into bash mix-up or a light into undodgeable combo wombo. So until they add the new testing ground changes where anytime you dodge, your guard goes away, or they just adjust it accordingly, just like how they did with Black prior. Sometimes you'll just have to take the kick if you accidentally moved your guard. Pretty good game design in my honest opinion. Thanks Ubisoft. 2 Afira's means tons of feet. Her tier 1 deals 20 whopping damage and her tier 3 does 30 damage on the initial bash, and the follow-up heavy deals 18 for a grand total of 48. If you combine both feats, it's 68 damage in a span of about 5 seconds. That is not okay. Nobody has a tier 1 that deals 20 damage and sets up a teammate to land a heavy. The only other one that comes close to mind is Zhenhu's tier 2 bomb plus her tier 1 kunai. The opponent must be on fire first for you to land your knife throw, so it's not a fast guarantee attack compared to Afira's. 99% of the time, if she lands the tier 1 feat on you, you will not be able to escape the tier 3. There are weird situations where I was able to dodge, but those were once in a lifetime and I cannot recreate it, and I don't know the specifics on what you need to be able to do. So if anyone does know, let me know. Gravity's Pull, which is the tier 1 name, has a 60-second cooldown, which means she will have it every single fight as a 500 MS bash. So if you don't dodge this 500 MS bash from neutral, that can also be used while out of stamina. You'll take 20 damage and perchance a heavy attack by their teammate or a forward running attack if they aren't close enough. I think this is power creep. They wanted someone with a stronger tier 1, like Pirates, which is the armor piercing slug that deals only 10 damage, which is fair for a tier 1, but it decreases defense by 20%, which is a great bonus that doesn't feel too unbalanced. She can, however, follow up with a feat during all of her combos, so that might be a little bit overtuned. Her tier 3 is pretty powerful, but there's a bug where, the bullets will ricochet to your teammates, and what can you really do about that? That's Ubisoft's spaghetti code. Now the third feat, which is guaranteed, is Speeding Common, and this initially deals 30 damage to you and allows a follow-up heavy that deals 18 damage. Yes, it does feed quite a bit of revenge, but most scenarios, they're going to be using that to kill you even if you have revenge or to stun lock you for days. The side left heavy deals 16 damage, but you don't get the wall splat property, so it's better to just use the other 2 heavies. Redundant to have that heavy, but I'm assuming the devs forgot to change the values on that one, which is no big deal. Probably get to it in like a couple years or something. This feat, I don't have any real issues with it, as it's a tier 3 and it should do quite a bit of damage. However, it has a 90-second cooldown. Compare this to Longbow, which has a 120-second cooldown and has a slower startup. Yes, it has good range, but it's easier to dodge since it's slower, and if it's farther, it makes it a cakewalk for most days. Afira's tier 3 is still 500 MS, and when used in conjunction with her tier 1, you will be cutscene just like Centurion's old hunch. This also has full luck mechanics that can be used when an opponent throws an attack, so you're guaranteed to get smacked by this. I move we bring back Centurion cutscenes since they keep adding all this retarded feats that can be accessed so easily to just keep you immobile for 5 seconds. Now I'm sure many of you big brain individuals know that without all these overpowered aspects about Afira, she would probably just be pretty mediocre, am I right? Yeah, she's got a light into bash that confirms 18 damage, and even after a heavy parry, she can bash to land a wall splat for so much more damage, and an undodgeable heavy that hits them if they make the wrong read, but that is a viable offense in this game. She's got a cool superior dodge deflect that can also wall splat, giving her lots of clutch potential. Crushing counters with pretty reliable hitboxes to external. Her finisher lights also have crushing counters, and I've been hit by them more often than I would have thought. They recently buffed her hitboxes too, on her finisher heavies and her lights as well, I believe. If you don't know, her forward heavy is 500 MS. This is one of the fastest forward heavies you have that can roll catch. It's honestly used a lot for option selecting and starting your offense because most people don't really expect it. She's not a mediocre hero. Afira is a good hero that wouldn't be as overtuned if the devs actually played or tested their games. So what do we do? Well, for starters, I for one would like to change your tier 1 Gravity's Pull and swapping Fortune's Favor with it. We can keep the cooldown and damage the same if it remains a tier 2. Orochi's kunai is only 15 damage, but get this, it's on a 30-second cooldown. In comparison, kunai is pretty powerful as a tier 2, yet I don't see too many complaints, especially when we look at Aphira's feats that are comboed. If you do remember, Kunai was able to combo into a zone attack, so they removed that aspect since it was incredibly unbalanced. Even lowering the damage to 15 would be more balanced since it is still able to confirm heavies or light if your teammate isn't close enough. Compared to Kunai, it's just to finish someone off really quickly at long range and short range. As for her tier 3, this feat just needs a cooldown increase to maybe 120 seconds from 90. This is going to make a huge difference and you'll see it a lot less in your games. Tier 3s should be powerful, don't get me wrong, but they should not and cannot and shan't be used in conjunction with the tier 2 to lead to a 68 damage punish for not dodging a 500 MS bash. It's unfun and ruins the experience of the For Honor community. Either increase the recovery of the individual suffering from gravity's pull, increase either bash to 600 MS, or make it so the tier 3 can't be activated as quickly, allowing you a chance to dodge the incoming tier 3. I find that is the simplest solutions without having to gut anything important about the character. Damage wise is in line with the tier 3 and allows for big ganks since Ubisoft is so fond of taking it from both sides. I've seen comments on how we shouldn't allow her to use her feats while out of stamina. While I see where you're coming from, this change wouldn't be as necessary if you weren't able to combo them. All feats can be used out of stamina, so we'd have to nerf bow, fire flask, which I wouldn't mind, and would like it to be how the arcade fire bombs are, where the fire stays and lingers, and the initial bomb doesn't do as much damage, and the fire in place is what is really deadly. But allowing feats while out of stamina sounds fine to me, at least for the time being. If she used her tier 3, Aphira also wouldn't be able to land her 18 damage heavy on her tier 3, which would suck, but then again, she is able to get some of her stamina back and go back on the defense or offense, while also having the opponent take a bunch of damage, so there's that. A lot of things to think about, but I feel like these are more simple changes to make her a lot more balanced and more fun to fight against. So those are my changes I would include to Aphira's feats, as I think she's a bit cancerous to play against in Dominion. Her kit-wise in general, without all the feats and stuff, is just fine, and I think it's a good kit, but her wombo combos with her feats need to go, and they have to fix her guard switch bug, which doesn't allow you to dodge if you are getting hit with a light attack within the mix-up. What do you think they should do with her? And if you're an Aphira main, do you agree with my changes? Do you think she's powerful? Do you think she's too weak? I'm a long-time enjoyer of this game, and I'm looking out for the best interest of the community when it comes to fun and balance changes. There is a right way to do balance updates to Hero without ruining the unique qualities a hero has, and I hope Ubisoft finds a way to make it work between their board of directors. Let me know how your experiences are going, and I'm really happy you guys are enjoying the Warmonger video. Black Pride video coming up really soon. Thank you for being so patient. Bye bye. See you later.
Another triumph for the Alliance.
Are you not entertained?
So nervous.
The interns have done it again. They said they would speed up the UI, but they did the complete opposite. Well done, Ubisoft.
Lily Gabrielle, your team worked really hard on this.
No, you're still gonna be able to spam A. We don't want to take that away from you, but you're gonna get like the expected result, which is getting to the tab faster. So now you're gonna get to the tabs faster if you want to. So we really focused on the players. So faster, clearer, more efficient, and very good looking. The art team did a great job. So yeah, we're really happy with the result.
I gotta tell you, it was perfect. Perfect. Everything, down to the last minute details.
Yes.
Why? You fucking asshole.
Let me guess.
Amateur
You've done
fucker.
this before.
I was acting.
I'll play Gladiator, so Ubisoft doesn't have to worry. I got this. Gladiator is an iconic figure in history that is popularized in mainstream culture, such as, well, Centurion, Spartacus, Total War, Rome, which is one of my favorite games out there, Rise, Son of Rome, an Xbox exclusive game that came out when the Xbox was just a wee little baby, and, well, the movie, Gladiator. I'd like to talk more about the hero itself, but before we dive in, I feel like it's important to discuss how culture can influence what gravitates us to certain ideals. Now, if you guys didn't know, that movie that was showcased in the beginning was Gladiator. One of a kind. If you guys haven't seen it yet, please. It's a 3-hour movie and you guys have to watch it. What these movies and games mean to us is that it showcases the resilience of the human spirit in the face of adversity. Everything is against you when you are a slave held captive for man's entertainment, and the only way out is to quite literally take other people's lives. You see, you kill because you love when the crowd cheers you on. I do it because I'm utterly insane. We are not the same. For Honor Season 3 finally introduced us to the first trailer of Gladiator and Highlander, hyping us up for a Scottish man who wielded a giant claymore and the renowned Gladiator. Honestly, one of the most iconic fighters in history, and it was coming to my favorite game. I remember being super hyped for this hero when I was a wee little lad on my plebeian PS4. Gladiator was such a unique hero because you could feel they put quality into his character. How do I know that? Well, his parry punch bash had some serious oomph to it. The sucker punch and his idle animation while he moved back and forth like he was a top-tier boxer, Muhammad Ali. Take a look at how he weaves through the battle. His movements, they feel so concise, and it feels like Gladiator is a very experienced fighter. And I didn't notice this before, but if you take a look, he has a left and right, forward and backwards movement. But I think he also has like a diagonal movement when he goes backwards too, if you take a look here. Maybe that's just my eyes, but it really seems like he has omnidirectional dodging patterns, and I just think that's a really cool feature. If you ever sparred or boxed before, like I have, it feels incredible to dodge a punch while you're trying to weave through your opponent and hit him in the gut and go for an uppercut. When I pick up Gladiator, sometimes I feel like Manny Pacquiao or Mayweather, man. I kid you not. I'm sure a lot of you have noticed this, but didn't really think too much about it. Well, Gladiator has two different variations of his deflect. Now, I'm not 100% sure on this, but if the enemy's back was near a wall, he would raise his hands up as if the crowd were cheering him on. The normal deflect, he would just pull out, pardon my French, and if that doesn't blow your mind, I don't know what will. And like I say time and time again, looking at a hero's animation really will determine how much effort they put into their game. Funny enough though, they released 2 maps in the season, Tower Defense and Viking Village. One Dominion map and the other was Skirmish mode. Those were the days. We got maps and heroes together. What a riveting concept. We had it good back then. Didn't even know it because I did a little digging in. This was when they added the 1v1 duel tournament game mode. I was shocked, and I was shooken. Holy moly, did I enjoy this. Even though you had to wait a really long time for other people to finish their games, it actually felt like a coliseum of sorts in the Roman Empire. And this was especially true since Gladiator was introduced and Centurion had already been released the year before, God bless his soul. Obviously there's issues with this, such as the long wait times that disconnects with the non-existent servers, but it was a great community event that I think could have had some great potential and also amazing rewards. If anyone remembers this, please remind me how much salvage we won, okay? I watched the movie Gladiator to prep for this video because 1, I'm a huge fan of Russell Crowe, 2, I'm a huge fan of the movie Gladiator, and 3, I freaking love Gladiator and anything Roman in general. But we live in an age where we actually get to see our favorite historical figures come to life and actually play as these warriors, samurais, the knights. Like, we live in a freaking amazing time, I'll tell you guys that much. Do not waste your time playing For Honor, okay? I'm just kidding, you probably shouldn't be playing For Honor for your mental sake. But at the end of the day, nothing should sell these characters short, and we should do all we can to preserve the quality of these. Oh god, Ubisoft, what have you done again? Come June 2021, about a year ago, we kissed goodbye to another unique trait, to a hero that makes him stand out above the rest. Toe stab does not unbalance anymore. I asked the community if they thought the removal of this unbalance was the right thing to do, and overwhelmingly, majority said it was unjust, and many people said so, especially after the new stamina changes. I can see the argument of how oppressive it was, especially back in the day with the stamina values, the option selects the high damage values, etc, etc, etc. If a hero was out of stamina and you landed a toe stab, he basically performed a really cool animation where you smack the staff onto your face, knocking you down on your keister, allowing you to land a free heavy attack. Imagine that, guys. Imagine. Close your eyes. Imagine a hero having a unique animation. Those days are few and far between, I'll tell you what. And it totally makes sense to remove unique animations while reusing old animations, no? I wouldn't be surprised to see a new hero taking Glad's old animation as his own. If I were a developer at that time, the most simple and logical solution during that time period is to make the knockdown recovery faster so that you could only get a light attack and not a heavy attack. That would have solved all the issues with it being so oppressive and allowing him to keep his unique animation. It's weird that the first thought that came to mind for them was just to remove animations altogether. I feel like that's really bad game developer mentality. Needless to say, the community was distraught about this specific nerf, but happy about other parts of his kit that he had gotten buffs in. More so pissed that they took it away from him, not gonna lie. There were many comments displeased about how their character was gutted, and I could feel their frustration. I mean, hey, I used to be an Armisha main, and look how they absolutely butchered my boy. My blockades, please bring me back my blockades. They actually had good animations. Alright, moving on. That's not to say there aren't good things that were added to his kit after his rework. Before, let's talk about how bad he was. Well, to a degree, he was bad, but he was good in some aspects. Before he had gotten his major rework, Gladiator's Dodge Light and Dodge Bash had barely any iframes whatsoever. Even Highlander could catch him with Kick to Caber, which is hilarious. And keep in mind, he couldn't do a skewer or a heavy attack after his toe stab, which left him vulnerable to guard breaks, and it was only 600 MS, which felt pretty easy to dodge if you were playing with both hands, giggity. But of course, that's only an issue if you pick female Gladiator, am I right? After the Sucker Punch, you couldn't skewer after, and most of his attacks in general, like the finisher zone heavy attack, adding the skewer to all of his chain heavy finishers really helped him in viability. The tracking on his skewer was also improved, and so were his heavies too. Gladiator never had good horizontal trajectory or hitboxes, but he had really good forward momentum heavies. These adjustments gave him really good offense and much better defense. But at what cost? Ubisoft is going down this hill where they strip everything unique so that it can be competitively viable for their little Dominion series, where they suck at regulating and cheaters among them, and they aren't looking back. I'm going to write a strongly worded letter that says, sometimes more is less, and less is more. Recently, Ubisoft revamped the entire stamina system once again, and in this iteration, every time you get knocked down or unbalanced while you're out of stamina, you get all your stamina back. Not only does this mean that there will be less time you spend while you're out of stamina, it also means everything that was nerfed because it was too oppressive back in the day while you're out of stamina becomes a very questionable decision on Ubisoft's behalf. Can we bring these animations back, I wonder? The reason they removed the unbalance from Gladiator was because it did far too much damage and could continuously put pressure on a hero while they're out of stamina. But it's no different to the heroes we have right now. Everyone is getting unblockables, chain, left and right, that requires reads on your end, while Gladiator's Bash was fairly slow and reactable, netting you only a heavy attack into your skewer mix-up or another toe stab. I'd say that mix-up is in line to what heroes we are getting now, especially with all the ganking stuff. Granted, the toe stab plus haymaker gave it a whopping 15 damage, but now it feels like we've gotten the short end of the stick here, since everyone who falls down gets back up with full stamina. The removal of this unique moveset proves how poor they are at making decisions in the long run. You see this all the time in movies. If a movie starts getting multiple writers on board, and if they start firing multiple writers and adding new ones, hiring new ones with different ideas, scrapping old ideas, making new ideas, putting back old ideas back, the movie becomes a shithole. This concept applies to video game balance as well. We've seen so many developers move on from For Honor, and they keep changing For Honor into their own vision, and I believe that fun is strictly tied to unique animations in this game, and having the versatility or options to use those said unique animations. It doesn't have to be viable, and it doesn't have to be super strong. It just has to make the game and new characters unique. So I propose we bring back Gladiator's toe stab unbalanced that we lost so many seasons ago, so that we can bring back For Honor to its former glory. Since it's not oppressive anymore due to the recent stamina overhaul, adding this moveset should honestly be okay. Let's not forget that when we remove certain animations, we lose voice lines forever. Gladiator had one. He had a voice.
I'm getting Shrek to the high heavens.
Bringing it back would bring some oomph back to his kit, because I know for a fact you guys are sick of hearing Warmonger say sheep and enough every time she slaps you, except for the people that want her to step on them. Now enough about politics and business. In this meta, Gladiator is still a really strong pick due to his easy access of ganks with toe stabs, allowing teammates to land heavies, and with Haymaker, a total damage of 15 every stab, and that can edge people off with revenge. He's a great ganker with good iframes on his dodge bash and his dodge attack. The only thing setting him back is his reflex guard and his unblockable heavy is only for one target. You can't external that to get an unparryable attack going for you. Truthfully though, he's not a hero you can really no-brain in Dominion, as you will be bombarded with heroes that dodge cancel recoveries, wide
I want to welcome you all and thank you for attending SFox's webinar featuring Valmar Capital on the best ways to get exposure to crypto as a sophisticated investor in 2023. I'm your host, the head of content at SFox, Aaron Suduko. I'm really excited to be welcoming you all to this, not only for this particular event, but also as a kickoff of a series that SFox is really excited about. It's Crypto Asset Allocator series, where we're basically trying to dive into the current state, past, present, and future of crypto. Recognize that it's evolved quite a bit in not so many years, and have conversations with some of the most sophisticated players in the space and get their insights on what it's like to seek alpha in crypto, not just as a curiosity, but rather as a rapidly evolving and maturing asset class. To that end, today, I'm really excited to welcome Jack Finio, the head of product from SFox, along with three of the principals from Valmar Capital. We have Jonathan Mann, co-founder and CIO, Luca Toscani, co-founder and COO, and Joe Cox, partner and head of business development. Gentlemen, welcome. I want to thank you so much for taking the time to share some of your insights. I know, in fact, we're going to have a really fun hour together. But before we do so, I want to invite you all to just go around and quickly give our attendees and viewers of the video after the fact a little bit of information about who you are and what it is you do.
Yeah, absolutely, Aaron. We appreciate it. We appreciate the introduction. Pleasure to be here. Valmar Capital, who are we? We're a scalable multi-strategy, multi-manager platform specifically for crypto markets. What we're doing here at Valmar is we're looking to really build the institutional gateway for digital assets. We're designed to deliver consistent, uncorrelated absolute returns through a diversified blend of investment strategies, institutional-grade infrastructure, cutting-edge technology, and rigorous risk management processes. I think some themes that you'll hear from us on this call are really using the experience and the rigor and the discipline of experiences in traditional finance, married with bespoke specifications and digital assets to really create that institutional bridge. You'll hear a lot from us about risk management. You'll hear quite a bit from us about capital efficiency, and you'll hear from us about the need for really a diversified blend of exposure in this space for good yield, strong volatility and risk management, and just strong diversification focused across the board. And TLDR, good news, there still are a lot of great managers out there.
And optimistic TLDR.
I would add, not to be confused with fund of funds. We're a platform that models after successful cases like Millennium Capital in TradFi, or Brevin Howard, Point72, and this guy. So one fund allocating capital to different types of pods, internal and external.
And I'm sure we'll hear a lot more about not only those themes, but also the ins and outs of Valmar across the next hour. Jack, would you like to speak a bit to the SFox side before we dive in?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Aaron. Hey, everyone. Jack Finio, head of product here at SFox. SFox is a full-service crypto prime dealer. We provide global access to liquidity, secure custody, and reliable low-latency trading infrastructure. Our focus is partnering with our clients to give them a platform by which they can really unlock the full potential of opportunity in the digital asset space. Personally, I've been in crypto since 2015. Prior to joining SFox, founded a quant systematic crypto fund focused on kind of shorter term trading signals. That was back in like 2016, and yeah, very excited to dive into some of these topics with Valmar.
I'm excited too, and we have no dearth of topics, and as always, not enough time to dive into all of it. So we will jump in just to give the audience a little bit of a roadmap before we do so. We're going to have, I'm sure, a free-ranging conversation about all corners of sophisticated capital and how it's approaching crypto and how you might want to consider approaching crypto if you're just getting into it for the first time for the majority of the hour. But we're also going to have some time at the end for Q&A with the audience. So attendees, if you're interested in asking any questions of our esteemed panelists, there is a Q&A box right at the bottom of Zoom. Feel free to submit questions as they come to you, be it in advance or over the course of the hour, and I'll make sure we block off a few minutes at the end to address some of those as well. Jack, as you mentioned, you've been in the space for quite a while, since 2015, and you have the interesting perspective of having put together your own fund before moving in-house to SFox to basically build products to make asset management easier for funds and other sophisticated players in the crypto world. And I would love if you could talk to your personal experience in terms of maybe what you've struggled with when you were putting together your own fund as a trader, getting exposure to crypto, what you've seen others struggle with, and how SFox, over the years since its inception, has worked to create solutions to those problems that sophisticated traders face in the market.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. I think my answer is very intertwined, kind of across my own experience and now building products for sophisticated traders with SFox. We started the fund because we saw a lot of opportunity to find kind of unique alpha within the digital asset space. And with our fund, which was again kind of systematically trading on pretty short time horizons, the struggles that we most commonly face, and I think our clients most commonly face, which is why I was so excited to join SFox, were the things that either take time away from the trading strategy itself, limit the deployment of that strategy, or limit the scalability of that strategy. And I think these tend to manifest themselves in kind of four distinct areas. One is fragmentation. Crypto is a highly fragmented asset class. Specifically on the trading side, there's thousands of different exchanges and different pools of liquidity across CeFi platforms, OTC market makers, decentralized exchanges. And the best venues to actually execute a trade are constantly changing as well. The issue is that each of these venues are unique, and whether they're a CeFi platform or DeFi platform. So both managing these integrations and adapting to changes in these kind of best venues for execution really takes time, a lot of time away from the trading strategy itself, because you're really not building anything for the strategy. It's just kind of infrastructure type integrations in order to access the best pools of liquidity to execute a trade. With SFox, we aggregate liquidity from global exchanges, OTC market makers into a single order book across pairs and across markets to really simplify that for our clients. It essentially solves for that fragmentation by just bringing it all into one platform. The second area is typically microstructure. Liquidity and spreads can be volatile. Recently, liquidity has gotten lower, spreads have gotten wider. And again, this is a matter of adapting to changing market conditions, ensuring that the liquidity providers that you are trading with are offering kind of the deepest liquidity and tightest spreads. And again, this is where SFox's aggregation and integrations with these liquidity providers really gives clients an advantage when executing their trades. The third area would be capital efficiency. As an active trader specifically, you really need to be able to quickly enter and exit positions with a CeFi exchange. However, you typically
We should invite these mercenaries to join us. You inspire me.
The beacons are active once again. Control them before the enemy does.
Hero slain.
rise again. Victory above all.
Victory for the Forsaken.
I will not be denied. I will fight to my last breath.
Anyone order a one-man wrecking crew?
Can you hear it? The end of the Alliance. Great. It's you.
Accept defeat. Ah, Rhaegar, the orc who tries so hard to be a wolf.
Our culture in large part is fueled by fast. Fast cars, fast food, fast Wi-Fi. We get frustrated when we don't have access to these things because fast has become such an integral part of our life. That's just the way life should be, obviously. We believe that fast is good and slow is bad, and the sentiment is continually reinforced in Western culture and lifestyle. It's really a bad mentality. You've got to grind, you've got to hustle to make your dreams come true, to accomplish what you need to accomplish. Is it hard work a virtue? So what's wrong with her? For me, the mentality of grind comes so easy to my life. It feels so natural to go from one thing to another thing to another thing, to have my schedule packed with all the things that I need to do and accomplish and places to be and people to see. It feels comforting in a way. It makes me believe that I'm doing something with my life, that I'm not wasting my life, because at least I can look back at my calendar and say, okay, at least, you know, you're doing something, you're hustling, you're working hard, you're making. But one of the things I encountered was what John Mark Homer describes in his book, The Ruthless Elimination of Hurry, which I'll grab for you here. Here it is. He points out a symptom of hurry sickness, and I want to read to you some of the symptoms of it and see if you relate. Irritability, hypersensitivity, restlessness, workaholism, emotional numbness, out of order priorities, lack of care for your body, escapist behaviors, slippage of spiritual disciplines, isolation. I can see at least 5 of those that really hit home for me. I've definitely seen slippage of spiritual disciplines in times in my life where I'm just consumed with hurry. I think to myself, if I cut out Bible reading and prayer in the morning on this particular day, maybe not every morning, but just today, then I'll get so much more done, and I'll be so much more ahead, and I'll feel so much more at peace because I've gotten done what I need to get done. And you know, it's not that big a deal. I'll get back to it tomorrow. And you just get in this habit and this cycle of making these excuses. The symptom that I've seen is irritability. When I'm super in a hurry and I need to get a lot of things done, and I feel anxious and insecure about, oh man, have I done enough today, or am I productive enough? And so you're just hurrying to one thing to the next. Now you encounter an inconvenience, you're just triggered in a huge way, and it could just be a normal conversation with somebody where they're taking their time, that they want to have a connecting moment, but you're like, I gotta move on to the next thing, and so you're irritable. Another piece is hypersensitivity for me. I don't know if you guys have experienced this, but when you are constantly in a hurry, you are dysregulated. Your system, your emotional system, your body, you're basically putting yourself in fight or flight mode constantly. And so it makes sense why you're hypersensitive to specific things. Somebody said something to you that might have been a handed comment, but then you take it really personally, and all of a sudden there's a big impact, and you're starting to question things, and all of a sudden you realize, wait a minute, why am I so hypersensitive here? It's because we're hurrying. Our souls are not at peace. Now perhaps you can relate with some of the symptoms of hurry sickness, but another element of hurry that is really damaging to us is within our relationships. You think about when relationships are at their best. We are patient, we are present. What does hurry do? Well, it puts this aura of impatience where we're trying to get to the next thing, and a lack of presence where our mind and our heart is oriented towards life as some sort of to-do list of things we need to do rather than experiences that need to be had and connections that need to be made. I can have a conversation with somebody, and in that moment they can be seeking to connect with me in a deep way, but my mind or my heart is going to say, I'm this conversation, I'm going to be doing this, I'm going to be doing this, and I need to get this done. You see how my heart isn't present, my mind isn't present in the moment with this person, and how there's going to be no connection, no intimacy that's going to be found there. And so it's a detrimental way of approaching life, and I have a really hard time with this. I constantly find myself not being present in the moment. And what I find of hurry in my life is anxiety, fear, and insecurity. Anxiety, fear, and insecurity. See if you relate with this. Is in the moments where I am most anxious, and most fearful, and most insecure about my life or my work, more specifically, my career, then I tend to overemphasize the amount of time that I put into it and attention I give to it in order to compensate for that fear and anxiety and insecurity. So in moments where I feel like, oh, maybe I'm not doing enough, or maybe this isn't working out the way that I wanted it to, or maybe I'm starting to slip behind on certain things, so then all of a sudden I go into hurry mode, okay? It's kind of a state of panic, of repair, of needing to fix something. And then any kind of relationship or anything, honestly, that would get in the way of me remedying that anxiety or fear or insecurity in the way that I believe is best, all of a sudden causes irritation and hypersensitivity and just honestly anger towards that thing, and I need to push any of that out that's stopping me from remedying this problem. What I found also is that hurry kills joy and gratitude. If you think about it, what are we seeking when we are in a constant state of hurry? If it's around your career, then you're trying to get more money, more status, more power, more security. You're seeking after something that we do not have, or we don't believe that we have. It's a constant state of discontentment is what it is. And so it really killed any sense of contentment and gratitude for just, God, thank you for giving me what I have in this moment. Thank you for giving me the security and the comfort that you've provided in this moment, the opportunities that you've given me, and help me just rest in that and actually establish a sense of balance in my life where I can rest and work and enjoy your good gifts, as opposed to constantly be wanting more. I don't have this, I need this, so I need to be in the state of hustle or hurry or grinding because I want that Lambo, or I want that nice house, or whatever that looks like for you. Maybe it's even more simple, maybe it's even more base level, and I understand that. I was the same way in a lot of ways. When I was still living at my parents' house, it was like, okay, let me just get to the base level of like where I can support myself, where I can move out. I don't need the big stuff. I don't need the mansion or the Lambo, but I need to hustle in order to make this happen. And I understand a lot of people are in that stage of life where they feel like, and in a lot of ways I feel the same way, where it's like, I need to be hustling, I need to be hurrying,
it's not just like I'm not in this place where I can just relax. You know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't feel right. And so I guess what I would say to that is that what we can do is, although we need to engage in working hard in our daily life, our heart and our mentality needs to be shifted. Even though in our day-to-day life it might not change a lot, like we might still have to do all the same stuff that we're doing, but at least our heart can be oriented in a more healthy way. John Ortberg said this: hurry is not a disordered schedule, it's a disordered heart. It's a heart that's the problem here. It's not necessarily that we have a lot to do or that we're mismanaging the time that we have, even though that could definitely be a piece of it. Is that our heart is constantly in want, or it's anxiety, or it's fear, or it's greed, and we need to address that first. And then we can get into the practical steps of actually saying no to things, of ordering our schedule in a much more healthy way, and rhythms of life that can provide ultimately more productivity and a more grounded way to approach life. Corey Ten Boom said, if the devil can't make you bad, he's going to make you busy. The devil uses our fear, our anxiety, our worry to put us in this state of panic, of emotionally unstable, just hurry. The truth is, if we don't believe we're enough with God, if we don't believe that He is enough to satisfy our need for security and significance, then we will always be looking in things of this world to satisfy those needs. And ultimately, that will lead us to this place of panic, of hurry, of unbridled hustle. Billionaire John Rockefeller was asked how much more money he would need to make to be enough. How much more would you need to make to be content? Do you know what he said? Just imagine yourself in his position. You're a billionaire. How much more money would you need to be content, to feel like, you know what, this is enough? And you know what he said? Just a little bit more. This might be a little bit shocking to you, but if we look deep within the mentality and the tendencies of people that don't have Christ, this is the mentality. It's nothing is enough. I always need a little bit more. And hurry is also the promotion of that idea. It says, just, do a little bit more. Like work a little bit harder. Quicken your pace a little bit. Do more, because then you'll get to that next step. You'll get to that next rung. You'll do that thing, and you'll be satisfied. You'll be content. You see this heart orientation. That's why we can get up, in anxiety, fear, and panic so quickly. This thing in the back of our mind saying, just a little bit more. You can get it. And it's greed, and it's pride, and it's anxiety, and it's awful, and it's controlling you. And that's not what God wants for you. That's not the life that God wants you to live. I want to invite you into something. If your life is oriented around God's mission for you, which is glorifying Him, then why would we focus so much of our attention on things that God doesn't see as the most important, right? And why would we neglect the things that God does see as most important? So when we're talking about things that God sees as most important is His Word and prayer to Him. I mentioned earlier that one of the first things to go for me in this was the spiritual disciplines, because I would see them as irrelevant or maybe not as important, or I'll get to them tomorrow. But if my desire, my heart, is to glorify God, then why would I push away the very things that God has commanded me to do that bring Him so much glory? Also, being present with people around me, of caring for other people, of bearing one another's burdens. If I'm so consumed and enraptured with my own endeavors, then when will I make the time to know about God's calling in my life in that regard? I won't. And so you see here how we are just totally off course when we let hurry take hold of us, when we let our anxiety, our pride, our fear, our greed take a hold of us and push us into this state of panic, of work, of hurry. No, God wants so much more for our lives than that, and He has a greater calling on your life than that. So how do we enter that? Well, we begin to say no to certain things in our life that are causing us to be consumed with hurry. We cut back on things that aren't as important. We start to make those clean and clear evaluations of our life. We approach life with not, oh man, I need to do these things in order to find my security and my significance, but rather looking to God, because He has already provided those things in Himself, in our relationship with Him, where I don't need to show up at work every day looking for praise or looking for power in order to fulfill my needs.
Absolutely.
In 2003,
Professional boxer and heavyweight champion Mike Tyson filed for bankruptcy with $30 million in debt, despite accumulating over $300 million during the course of his career, which poses a great question about money itself. Because a great deal of our actions or our motivations in life have an underlying desire or need to acquire it. But what's the point in acquiring it if the great issue seems to be with our ability to manage it?
Americans now have the highest credit card debt in history. Translation.
You didn't learn anything!
Debt is an invisible burden being carried by the country's most vulnerable.
Of course, these statistics are reflective of the UK and the US. But consider for a moment your own attitude towards money and how money exists in your own life. What is money to you? Does it seem to enter your life and immediately leave once you have it? Has it ever placed you in a vulnerable position? A vulnerability that drew you closer to a get-rich-quick scheme or a guru telling you that you can get rich if you just bought their course? Whilst my entire channel aims to tackle these topics to some degree or another, I realize that our perceptions of money are sometimes more crucial than our ability to generate it, especially when our very brains are wired in such a way that prevents us from being financially sensible. Does it really matter if you're earning more than 6 figures a year if by the end of that year you have nothing left to show for it? Where is the disconnect? It's time we solve that mystery. And not only that, but explore a better framework for understanding money. A framework commonly taught in personal finance, but oftentimes missed in formal education.
Take the Alliance's prison camp and set our warriors loose.
A question. What is money? Or rather, what does money represent? When you make a purchase from Amazon, when you're paid for your time working at a job, what is the significance of money in these transactions? Money is commonly defined as a medium of exchange, an instrument that facilitates the sale, purchase, or trade of goods between parties. But I don't think this says much about what money actually represents. I think a better way of looking at money is an expression of value. You hand over a certain amount of money to purchase something because you perceive its value to be equivalent to the amount of money that you handed over. Of course, the price is often not determined by you as an individual, but the market as a whole. But hone in on this one point. Money equals value. Why is that so important? Because often we give money a moral significance.
Quote that I'm sure you've heard. Money is the root of all evil.
We look at someone who seems to have a large amount of wealth and think, they got lucky. Who did they take advantage of to get to that position? Who had to lose in order for them to gain? And never, what value was created in order to generate that money? Understanding that money is simply value is the best way to understanding that money is not necessarily evil, nor does it make a person evil. Sure, there are things such as scammers who convince you that what they have to sell is worth value, but that doesn't say much about money more so than it does their own morals. Money simply opens your options and broadens your horizons. The choices you make with that money have everything to do with your own moral dispositions. So, money is an expression of value. Now what? How does this change the reality of a person living paycheck to paycheck or someone who is consumed by credit card debt? The simple mention of money equals value changes nothing. It may make me see money in a different light, but what part of that is actionable advice? To answer that question, I'll pose to you another question. What is your relationship with money? Money will come into your life and it will leave. This is a relationship that is often expressed by your income and expenses.
The American writer James Baldwin first went to Paris in 1948 as a 24-year-old and was to stay in the city for much of the next 9 years, and in France intermittently until his death in 1987. Baldwin had felt asphyxiated in America. His family had expectations of him that he hated. His friends were judgmental. He felt observed and intruded upon. Society was moralistic and prurient. As a result, he couldn't be creative or free and had the sense of being watched and commented upon all the time. It was like being always at school or in prison. So So Baldwin undertook that most inwardly liberating of moves. He went into exile. From Paris, it no longer mattered what they were saying. Public opinion could appear, as it always should have done, parochial and absurd. No one knew him in the French capital. They'd never heard of his family. It was as if he had, in a good way, died and been granted a chance of a second, unsigned life. In France, he could create, take risks, dress differently, make unusual friends, and become himself. Crucially, Baldwin had no interest whatsoever in assimilating into French society. He wasn't looking to swap one narrow village for another. It was exile he was after, that very particular state in which one is free not to belong anywhere in particular, to escape all tribes in order to be unobserved, anonymous, and detached. It may not always be possible for us to become actual exiles, but we should, at the very least, strive to become internal exiles. That is, people who can behave like visitors in their own lands, no longer bound by local idiocies, able to cut themselves off from the mean and restricted views of so-called friends or disloyal families, and to grow indifferent to provincial competition and grandstanding. James Baldwin and his fellow exiles are there to remind us just how much we long to be free. It's well understood by good parents that life should only ever get so exciting for a baby. After friends have come round and brought presents and made animated faces, after there's been some cake and some cuddles, after there've been a lot of bright lights and perhaps some songs too, enough is enough. The baby will start to look stern and then burst into tears, and the wise parent knows that nothing is particularly wrong, though the baby may by now be wailing. It's just time for a nap. The brain needs to process, digest, and divide up the welter of experiences that have been ingested. And so the curtains are drawn, the baby is laid down next to the soft toys, and soon it's asleep and calm descends. Everyone knows that life is going to be a lot more manageable again in an hour. Sadly, we exercise no such caution with ourselves. We schedule a week in which we're going to see friends every night, in which we're going to do 12 meetings, 3 of them requiring a lot of preparation, where we'll make a quick overnight dash to another country on the Wednesday, where we'll watch 3 films, read 14 newspapers, change 6 pairs of sheets, have 5 heavy meals after 8 p.m, and drink 30 cups of coffee. And then we lament that our lives are not as calm as they might be, and that we're close to mental collapse. We refuse to take seriously how much of our babyhood is left inside our adult selves, and therefore how much care we have to take to keep things simple and very, very calm. What registers as anxiety is typically no freakish phenomenon. It is our mind's logical, enraged plea not to be continuously and exhaustingly overstimulated. These are some of the things we may need to do to simplify our lives. It is theoretically a privilege to have a lot of people to see and things to do. It is also, psychologically speaking, exhausting and ultimately, therefore, rather dangerous. The manner of expression is a little dated and brutal, and one might want to quibble over the exact timings, but this point from Friedrich Nietzsche remains open. Today, as always, men fall into 2 groups, slaves and free men. Whoever does not have 2/3 of his day for himself is a slave, whatever else he may be, a statesman, a businessman, an official, or a scholar. We need to recognize that what is physically possible for us to achieve in a day is not, for that matter, psychologically wise or plausible. It may well be feasible to nip over to a foreign capital or 2 in a day and run a company alongside managing a household. Nor should we be surprised if such routines ultimately contribute or break them. Plenty of it, of course, at least 7 hours, or if we can't manage it, we need at a minimum fully to recognise how much we are deprived, so that we won't aggravate our sorrows by searching for abstruse explanations for them. We don't necessarily have to get divorced, retrain in a completely different profession, or move country. We may just need to get some more rest. What we're taking in when we check our phones is perhaps the single greatest contributor to our mental ill health. For most of history, it was inconceivable that there could ever be such a thing as too much news. Information from political circles or foreign countries was rare.
Garden of Terror.
Vilneus will rise again. Victory above all. I will fight to my last breath. I bring the mega death. Make way for the bad guy. Stitches want to play.
train-wrecking crew!
Improvement Bill here. I've noticed that every year, more and more of my childhood friends start to talk about getting out of the rat race. It seems like they finally started to realize that they're going to be doing the same thing day in and day out for decades just to retire. They crave the freedom to enjoy their life without having to trade in their precious hours just to get by. So today I want to share with you one of the only feasible methods that I know of for escaping. Now, of course, a little disclaimer. I'm just some guy on the internet. I'm not a financial advisor. This is simply a compilation of observations that I've made studying people who are actually able to break free from the rat race. Please, do not do anything with your money before conducting your own research and speaking with your own financial advisor. And with that being said, let's begin. Step number 1, understand that the system is broken. Now, the first thing you have to understand is that it is virtually impossible for you to simply work hard, reduce your costs, and save your way out of the rat race. And this is all because we are currently living in a monetary system where the cost of living a decent life is rising far faster than wages are. The cost of rent, food, and basic day-to-day goods are all rising in price far faster than the raises you're going to get at work. There are a wide variety of reasons why this happens, the largest one being the fact that the government is inflating the money supply. They're basically adding more dollars into the system, which ultimately reduces the purchasing power of each individual dollar you own, which means that the amount of stuff that your money can buy decreases over time. Now, it's still important that you cut costs and save your money because of step number 2, increase your income stream. Money pays the bills and puts food on the table, but it's also a tool. The more money you have, the more money you can potentially make, which is why you still need to be spending frugally and figuring out ways to accumulate more money as you plan your escape. If this means that you need to stay at your current job even though you don't really like it, that's fine, because right now in this current economy, more important than ever, you need that stream of income to keep coming in. And the larger this stream is, the better, as it will give you more chances to actually make it out of the rat race. Now, if you're one of my viewers that's in a country where the monthly salary can be kind of low, where it's hard to actually save any money, then you need to take advantage of the internet and find some sort of remote work. When I was living in Vietnam, I met people with college degrees working typical office jobs, only making $400 to $500 per month. This same position would have paid at least $4,000 to $5,000 in the US, literally a 10x. If you're in this sort of position, you need to think internationally. You need to work on your English or one of the other major languages and take advantage of the internet to make a higher wage. Which is why this episode was brought to you with the help of the people over at Audible. One of the best ways to work on your English is by listening to books, and Audible is a perfect place for this. Audible allows you to consume content on the go wherever you are. Just the other week, I took an 8-hour flight and I was able to listen to a book the entire time. Audible is now giving members even more with the all-new Plus catalog. All members will have access to thousands of select audiobooks, podcasts, Audible originals, guided fitness and meditation programs, and much, much more. Just go to www.audible.com/Improvement Pill or text Improvement Pill to 500-500 to get one free audiobook, a 30-day free trial, and explore the Plus catalog today. On the plane, I listened to In Plain Sight by Ross Coulthart, which is an extremely contrarian new book putting forth a very well done argument for the existence of UFOs. Yes, I know it sounds crazy, but it's one heck of an interesting listen. Now back to the topic at hand. Learning a language for remote work isn't the only way to increase your income stream. If you have the entrepreneurial spirit within you, you can also try your hand at starting a business. Now, I know a lot of people might say, but that's too risky. But the truth of the matter is that nowadays it doesn't have to be. There are dozens of ways you can start an online business nowadays with a very minimal budget and sometimes even free. You gotta do your own research though, because there's a lot of information out there about how to do this. If you can further increase your income stream and save more money, you will ultimately be able to, step number 3, take asymmetrical bets. with some, emphasis on the word some, of your saved up money, you should take on asymmetrical bets if you ever hope to get out of the rat race quickly. An asymmetrical bet is a bet that has limited downside with almost unlimited upside, which basically means that it's a bet that has a decent chance of paying off extraordinarily high returns. The key part here is a decent chance of paying off. You see, people who play the lottery are not taking asymmetrical bets because although they have the chance to win millions, their chances of winning is less than 1 in 10 million. An example of a real asymmetrical bet is something like Ethereum right after the March 2020 crash. You see, Ethereum had an established network, it was seeing an increase in adoption at exponentially higher rates, and it was also significantly down from its all-time high. I figured that considering all of these things, that there was at least a 25 to 50% chance of it recovering and going through another bull market, which it ultimately did, giving me a roughly 15x return. Yes, the potential gains of investing in Ethereum were much lower than winning the lottery, only a 15x compared to a 1 millionx, but the chances of this bet paying off was literally hundreds of thousands of times higher. 500,000 times higher to be exact if we assume that Ethereum had a 50% chance of paying off. Now, I know a lot of you are thinking, betting on something like crypto is far too risky. First of all, you should do at least 10 hours of research for both sides of the argument before claiming that something is risky or not risky. And second of all, if you look into the history of almost every well-known investor, Warren Buffett included, most of them made their initial fortunes taking on an asymmetrical bet with a large percentage of their net worth. Risk is part of the game. Buffett's first major investment was Geico, the insurance company. He bet 65% of his net worth. Wouldn't you say that's risky? And Geico eventually did a 100x over the course of the next 20 years. Now, Buffett didn't actually hold on to all of his shares, but this move basically allowed him to retire out of the rat race at the age of 26 with a net worth of $174,000, which is equivalent to about $1.7 million in today's money. The reason why I'm focusing on asymmetrical bets as a way out of the rat race is because the quote-unquote safer bets in the world, like investing in index funds, simply don't give you enough returns for you to get out of the rat race quickly. The S&P 500 averages out at around a 10% gain every year. Assuming that this continues, which isn't even a certainty, you'd have to stay in the rat race and bet on this quote-unquote safe bet for decades before you could retire. So yeah, if you want to retire when you're in your 60s, then go for it. But if you want to get out of the rat race within the next 5 to 10 years, then asymmetrical bets are one of the only things that I've observed that could actually get you there. Now, I'm sure many of you are wondering where to even find decent asymmetrical bets. I'll upload another video on the exact thought process and methodology I follow when searching for these. It should come out in a couple of days. Once it's done, I'll link to it down below. Now, once you've found an asymmetrical bet and you're ready to place your bet, it's time to step number 4, the 3 R's: risk management, rinse, and repeat. Now, it's important that you remember that asymmetrical bets have a high chance of not working out, which is why the key here is risk management, meaning that you should never ever bet more than you can afford to lose. Don't borrow money, don't sell the house, don't go all in on a bet, because you could be wrong. Only bet what you can afford to lose so that you can survive to bet again, which is the rinse and repeat part. Early in 2020, when the markets crashed, I decided to bet big on several cryptocurrencies with about half of my net worth. I knew that if I was right, I would be making life-changing money, and that I could essentially retire. At the same time, I knew that if I was wrong, my life would be about the same. I have a business that brings in income, so I would just have to work and save up for another year and try my luck again with the next asymmetrical bet that I find. That's why step number 2, increase your income stream, is so important. Many of the legendary investors that I've studied have made 2 or 3 terrible bets before finally hitting it big. They often preach that survival is key as it allows you to learn from your mistake, recover, and try again. And when the day comes where you are finally right about an asymmetrical bet, it's time to step number 5, diversify and chill out. If you ever hit the jackpot with an asymmetrical bet, you should have life-changing money on your hands. Now, depending on how much your initial bet was, you might have enough to drop out of the rat race immediately. If you don't, that's fine. Your strategy here is basically to keep working, keep saving, and to find the next asymmetrical bet. If you are fortunate enough to drop out of the rat race entirely, then you should focus your time on figuring out how to preserve your wealth, as you'll be in a position where making sure your money is well managed will probably make you more money than your old job would have. At this point, you should learn how to diversify by spreading out your wealth into different sectors. Diversification is mainly used to make sure that you stay wealthy, while asymmetrical bets are mainly used to become wealthy in the first place. Now, to sum things up, the large majority of investors that I've studied were able to escape the rat race by increasing their income stream so that they can save up more money, so that they can make asymmetrical bets with large percentages of their net worth, of course with good risk management, and repeating this multiple times until they hit the jackpot, after which they then diversify their wealth. I know all of this sounds risky, which is why, again, you should speak with your financial advisor before doing anything with your money. And if you know of another way to escape the rat race in less than 10 years, then I would love to hear about it in the comments down below. Besides that, guys, stay tuned.
It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor. A lot of people are caught in the financial trap of life, often referred to as the rat race. This is where you are in the endless pursuit of chasing something, whether that be money, success, a promotion, something like that. The problem with this rat race is that you often end up financially trapped and out of control. You have to work 40 hours or more per week in order to afford that fancy car to bring you to and from work. Not to mention, you have to pay the mortgage on your big house, which you spend most of your time outside of. And on the weekends, you have just enough time to go grocery shopping, do your laundry, and get caught up from the last week before repeating the entire cycle over again. Then, 2 weeks out of the year, you have your vacation time where you're able to take a break from it all. So my question for you is, how long have you been stuck in the rat race? And more importantly, how much longer do you want to stay? So I officially entered the rat race when I was 20 years old. I got a job working for my local power utility where I earned a salary of around $60,000 per year. Now, while that was good money, the other aspects of this job were not that great. For one thing, I only had 2 weeks of vacation time per year. And for another thing, I had a really long commute, which took up a big part of my day. So I would wake up at 6:30 in the morning. I had a 45-minute drive to work, get there around 7:30, work until 4, drive home. I would go to the gym after work, make dinner, and by the time I was all done with that, I had about 1 hour per day to myself where I could actually do what I wanted to do. And I was determined to find a way to reclaim my freedom and get my time back. And so after doing this week in and week out for 2 years, I knew this just wasn't for me, and I knew I had to get out. So I officially left the rat race. I did what most logical people would do, and I quit my job to make money on the internet. Now, I definitely took a big risk by doing that, guys, and I'm not recommending that as a strategy. In fact, you don't even actually have to quit your job in order to escape the rat race, and I'm going to explain how that's possible in a little bit here. But for me, my way of leaving the rat race was leaving that job behind and figuring out other ways to make money that made more sense for me. So if you're looking to escape that hamster wheel life that I had, here are 5 different things I would recommend that I followed myself. All right, so the very first thing you have to do if you want to escape the rat race, and the most important thing, is to minimize your expenses. So I like to explain it this way. In life, you can either have a lot of things or you can do a lot of things. Because when you take on a lot of material possessions in life, you have to pay attention to 2 things. Number 1, how much that's costing you money-wise, and number 2, how much that is costing you time-wise. Because if you want to have more freedom in life, you can't spend all of your money or all of your time on things rather than experiences. So most people out there would get more fulfillment from taking a week-long road trip like I'm doing currently, rather than buying a brand new flat-screen TV or driving a brand new car. And so if you are one of these people, you have to prioritize experiences rather than buying things. So, for example, let's say you go out there and you buy a swimming pool because your neighbor bought a swimming pool and you're stuck in that keeping up with the Joneses mentality. Well, that's going to cost you tens of thousands of dollars, but it's also going to cost you your time, because now you have to maintain that swimming pool. You have to put chlorine in it. You have to skim it. So not only is that pool a money pit, it's also a time vampire, taking away both your time and your money. So when I knew I wanted to escape the rat race, I kept my expenses as low as possible. I drove a 15-year-old beat-up SUV with over 200,000 miles on it, with no air conditioning, and a lot of people thought I was crazy, but I didn't want to take on the high expense of a monthly car payment. So if you are looking to escape the rat race, your very first step is to get rid of things that no longer serve you, particularly those things that are costing you money every single month. And second of all, you need to stop buying new things, especially if you're doing it from the mindset of trying to impress other people or keep up with friends and family. I would recommend doing things like I did. Drive an older car that you maintain for longer. Maybe you don't need those brand new countertops in your house, and maybe you wear last season's clothing, but you understand this gives you more freedom in life by not wasting all of your money. All right, so the second step for escaping the rat race is to minimize your biggest expense out there, which for most people is going to be your housing. So most people out there have a mortgage on a single family home, or they are just renting. And this costs them usually anywhere from $1,000 to $2,000 per month. Now, if you want to eliminate this, you could go live in your car or live in a camper in the woods, but that's not really my style. So what I've done and what I recommend doing is something called house hacking. So rather than going out there and buying a single family house or just renting, you actually buy a 2 to 4 unit property and you rent out the other units to offset your mortgage. I actually own a 4 unit property where I live in the main unit and I rent out the other 3. Now, my mortgage on that property is around $2,400, but my rental income adds up to around $2,100. So at the end of the day, I'm only paying $300 per month of that mortgage, effectively minimizing the largest expense that most people have. And not to mention, beyond just saving money as far as how much you're paying for your housing, there's also an array of tax benefits associated with being a real estate investor. So if you go out there and buy a single family property, you're going to be house poor, you're going to be spending thousands of dollars on this mortgage. However, if you go out there and you buy a piece of real estate, a 2 to 4 unit property, you have the income potential from the other units, plus all of the tax benefits of real estate investing. So when you're able to minimize your other expenses in life and then add house hacking on top of it, well, all of a sudden, you have thousands of dollars of extra money per month that you could direct towards travel or just saving up and looking to retire early to escape the rat race. All right, so the third step for escaping the rat race is figuring out how to earn location-independent income. Because even if you have super low monthly expenses, if you still have to go to a job 5 days a week and work in an office, well, you're not really free at that point because you still have to go to this location to actually earn money. Now, one good thing about this whole global pandemic that's going on right now is it has shifted the work environment from having most people working in offices to having more remote workers than ever. Because if you're not stuck working at a given location, you can pretty much do your work from anywhere in the world. For example, let's say you work in construction. Well, you can't exactly be in Spain while working on a construction project because you physically have to be there working. So your goal here is to figure out a way that you can make money without being stuck in one location at a time. So if your job allows you to do this, you already have this checked off. And if it doesn't, it might be time to find a different job that can allow you to work remotely or find other ways of making money outside of actively working in a job, which we're going to talk about more in a little bit. So the fourth step for escaping the rat race is figuring out how to achieve time freedom. And that is where you don't have to go to work for set hours during the day. Because what I have found, having basically set my own schedule for the last 3 years, is there's times when I'm super productive and I may want to work 10 or 12 hours at a time, and there's other times when I'm not productive at all, and even if I sat down working for numerous hours, I would pretty much get nothing of value done. There are people out there who are morning people, there's night owls, and it really doesn't make sense for everyone out there to work a set schedule during the day. Now, it is difficult to get your employer on board with this flexible schedule, but again, with people working remotely more than ever nowadays, there's more people that are working this flexible type schedule where rather than working like a 9 to 5, You simply work when it fits your schedule best, and you may find that you're also more productive. Now, if you follow the first 4 steps we covered here and you minimize your expenses and you house hack and you find a job or a way to make money that is location independent, and then you also have your time freedom, at this point, you have basically escaped the rat race. But there's a way to take this even a step further, and that is the 5th part of this equation, to where you no longer even need to really work as a means of deriving income. And that is the 5th step, which is making passive income. For most people, especially when you go through the traditional schooling system, you're raised in this mindset that in order to make money, you need to have a job. And jobs typically have you working, a set number of days at a given location for, this number of hours per day. But if you're able to escape the rat race following those steps I covered earlier, and then if you have minimized your expenses to where you have surplus income that you can then invest, it's possible to replace that active income with passive income, or essentially earning money based on the assets that you already have, rather than going out there and getting a job. And so this is something I have done myself over the last couple of years of running my own online businesses. While I have spent some money on cool experiences and things that I've wanted, I've taken the majority of my money and I've set it aside into passive investments like the stock market or real estate and different things like that. And I'm now at the point where I earn many thousands of dollars per month passively from the assets that I already have. And I'm in no way telling you this to brag or anything like that, but I'm simply telling you this is the next step to that equation of getting out of that 9-to-5 lifestyle, is essentially not having to work for your income in the first place. And I'm certainly not advocating for sitting around and being lazy and doing nothing. I still do a lot of stuff with my time and I still work quite a bit, but it does allow you to have experiences like this and to get to do things on your own timeline rather than following your boss's timeline. Now, I will say this, for those of you that follow me on social media, you probably know that I have a nice watch and a nice car and different things like that. And you might be saying to yourself, well, why am I not driving a 15-year-old car and spending as little as possible? That way I can escape the rat race. And what I want to say to that is, I have done this previously. I spent many years living well below my means. Even when I had a job that paid me $60,000 per year, I drove a 1999 Honda CR-V in order to follow these steps that allowed me to get out of the rat race. And so there's nothing wrong with wanting these things. If you want a newer car, or if you want to spend a lot of money at restaurants, that's really fine. But what I challenge you to do instead is wait until your passive income, the money you're not actively working for, is able to pay for these luxuries, rather than using your active income, which should be essentially setting you free. So anyways, guys, those are the steps I followed in order to escape the rat race. I hope you enjoyed this video. It's kind of a different style, but honestly, expenses. So I like to explain it this way. In life, you can either have a lot of things or you can do a lot of things, because when you take on a lot of material possessions in life, you have to pay attention to 2 things. Number 1, how much that's costing you money-wise, and number 2, how much that is costing you time-wise. Because if you want to have more freedom in life, you can't spend all of your money or all of your time on things rather than experiences. So most people out there would get more fulfillment from taking a week-long road trip like I'm doing currently, rather than buying a brand new flat screen TV or driving a brand new car. And so if you are one of these people, you have to prioritize experiences rather than buying things. So for example, let's say you go out there and you buy a swimming pool because your neighbor bought a swimming pool and you're stuck in that keeping up with the Joneses mentality. Well, that's going to cost you tens of thousands of dollars, but it's also going to cost you your time, because now you have to maintain that swimming pool. You have to put chlorine in it. You have to skim it. So not only is that pool a money pit, it's also a time vampire, taking away both your time and your money. So when I knew I wanted to escape the rat race, I kept my expenses as low as possible. I drove a 15-year-old beat-up SUV with over 200,000 miles on it, with no air conditioning, and a lot of people thought I was crazy, but I didn't want to take on the high expense of a monthly car payment. So if you are looking to escape the rat race, your very first step is to get rid of things that no longer serve you, particularly those things that are costing you money every single month. And second of all, you need to stop buying new things, especially if you're doing it from the mindset of trying to impress other people or keep up with friends and family. I would recommend doing things like I did. Drive an older car that you maintain for longer. Maybe you don't need those brand new countertops in your house, and maybe you wear last season's clothing, but you understand this gives you more freedom in life by not wasting all of your money. All right, so the second step for escaping the rat race is to minimize your biggest expense out there, which for most people is going to be your housing. So most people out there have a mortgage on a single family home, or they are just renting. And this costs them usually anywhere from $1,000 to $2,000 per month. Now, if you want to eliminate this, you could go live in your car or live in a camper in the woods, but that's not really my style. So what I've done and what I recommend doing is something called house hacking. So rather than going out there and buying a single family house or just renting, you actually buy a 2 to 4 unit property and you rent out the other units to offset your mortgage. I actually own a 4-unit property where I live in the main unit and I rent out the other 3. Now, my mortgage on that property is around $2,400, but my rental income adds up to around $2,100. So at the end of the day, I'm only paying $300 per month of that mortgage, effectively minimizing the largest expense that most people have. And not to mention, beyond just saving money as far as how much you're paying for your housing, there's also an array of tax benefits associated with being a real estate investor. So if you go out there and buy a single family property, you're going to be house poor, you're going to be spending thousands of dollars on this mortgage. However, if you go out there and you buy a piece of real estate, a 2 to 4 unit property, you have the income potential from the other units, plus all of the tax benefits of real estate investing. So when you're able to minimize your other expenses in life and then add house hacking on top of it, well, all of a sudden, you have thousands of dollars of extra money per month that you could direct towards travel or just saving up and looking to retire early to escape the rat race. All right, so the third step for escaping the rat race is figuring out how to earn location-independent income. Because even if you have super low monthly expenses, if you still have to go to a job 5 days a week and work in an office, well, you're not really free at that point because you still have to go to this location to actually earn money. Now, one good thing about this whole global pandemic that's going on right now is it has shifted the work environment from having most people working in offices to having more remote workers than ever. Because if you're not stuck working at a given location, you can pretty much do your work from anywhere in the world. For example, let's say you work in construction. Well, you can't exactly be in Spain while working on a construction project because you physically have to be there working. So your goal here is to figure out a way that you can make money without being stuck in one location at a time. So if your job allows you to do this, you already have this checked off. And if it doesn't, it might be time to find a different job that can allow you to work remotely or find other ways of making money outside of actively working in a job, which we're going to talk about more in a little bit. So the fourth step for escaping the rat race is figuring out how to achieve time freedom. And that is where you don't have to go to work for set hours during the day. Because what I have found, having basically set my own schedule for the last 3 years, is there's times when I'm super productive and I may want to work 10 or 12 hours at a time, and there's other times when I'm not productive at all, and even if I sat down working for numerous hours, I would pretty much get nothing of value done. There are people out there who are morning people, there's night owls, and it really doesn't make sense for everyone out there to work a set schedule during the day. Now, it is difficult to get your employer on board with this flexible schedule, but again, with people working remotely more than ever nowadays, there's more people that are working this flexible type schedule where rather than working like a 9 to 5, you simply work when it fits your schedule best, and you may find that you're also more productive. Now, if you follow the first 4 steps we covered here and you minimize your expenses and you house hack and you find a job or a way to make money that is location independent, and then you also have your time freedom, at this point, you have basically escaped the rat race. But there's a way to take this even a step further, and that is the fifth part of this equation, to where you no longer even need to really work as a means of deriving income. And that is the fifth step, which is making passive income. For most people, especially when you go through the traditional schooling system, you're raised in this mindset that in order to make money, you need to have a job. And jobs typically have you working, a set number of days at a given location for, this number of hours per day. But if you're able to escape the rat race following those steps I covered earlier, and then if you have minimized your expenses to where you have surplus income that you can then invest, it's possible to replace that active income with passive income, or essentially earning money based on the assets that you already have, rather than going out there and getting a job. And so this is something I have done myself over the last couple of years of running my own online businesses. While I have spent some money on cool experiences and things that I've wanted, I've taken the majority of my money and I've set it aside into passive investments like the stock market or real estate and different things like that. And I'm now at the point where I earn many thousands of dollars per month passively from the assets that I already have. And I'm in no way telling you this to brag or anything like that, but I'm simply telling you this is the next step to that equation of getting out of that 9-to-5 lifestyle, is essentially not having to work for your income in the first place. And I'm certainly not advocating for sitting around and being lazy and doing nothing. I still do a lot of stuff with my time and I still work quite a bit, but it does allow you to have experiences like this and to get to do things on your own timeline rather than following your boss's timeline. Now, I will say this, for those of you that follow me on social media, you probably know that I have a nice watch and a nice car and different things like that. And you might be saying to yourself, well, why am I not driving a 15-year-old car and spending as little as possible? That way I can escape the rat race. And what I want to say to that is, I have done this previously. I spent many years living well below my means. Even when I had a job that paid me $60,000 per year, I drove a 1999 Honda CR-V in order to follow these steps that allowed me to get out of the rat race. And so there's nothing wrong with wanting these things. If you want a newer car, or if you want to spend a lot of money at restaurants, that's really fine. But what I challenge you to do instead is wait until your passive income, the money you're not actively working for, is able to pay for these luxuries, rather than using your active income, which should be essentially setting you free. So anyways, guys, those are the steps I followed in order to escape the rat race. I hope you enjoyed this video. It's kind of a different style, but honestly, I've been doing YouTube for 4 years coming up in October, and it can get very monotonous. So this is totally different than my usual style, but it's been a lot more fun making this video. I would expect to have a lot more like this coming in the future. So if you enjoyed this, guys, please drop a like, make sure you subscribe, and hit that bell for notifications, and I hope to see you in the next video.
Oh man, I got off work late. Shoot, I don't even know if I'm gonna make it on time. I got like no time left. I'm trying to get this gift for my daughter's birthday, and I just really need the store to be open. It's open! Do you ever feel like you're stuck in the rat race and you want out so badly, but you just don't know how? Today I'm gonna show you how to do that. Door's always open for me.
One shot, now the future is yours. Go! I'm turning dreams into reality. Yeah, it's one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Warning. Today, I've got some super sad statistics to share with you. And honestly, I don't think that you're gonna like them, but we gotta face the hard reality of life. That life is really short, and it's being squandered and wasted statistically by most. Your job is literally sucking life right out of you. A 2022 global poll by Gallup discovered that only 21% of full-time employees are engaged at their job. That means that 1 billion full-time workers worldwide, 79% of people are disinterested in their jobs, And in another survey, they found out that 85% of people hate what they do. I've been watching that survey come out for the last 2 decades, and the number has only ever shifted by a single percent and not in a positive direction. Now, I'm bringing this up because these are the facts, and this is a reality, but I'm telling you, it doesn't have to be this way. I mean, at the end of the day, after all your obligations, how much free time do you really have? Most people get through the week so that they can finally get to the weekend and enjoy it. And assume that they're getting 8 hours of sleep every day. That means that the average person only has 32 hours to live on their terms. In other words, 81% of your life is sacrificed for only 19% of your time. Even if you work remote, they claim that there's a 10% increase in benefit because they have a little bit of extra time, but still, it's the rat race. And you know what that means, right? Like, I feel like I'm a rat in a lab in like this maze, and I'm trying to find the cheese. And at the end of the day, someone keeps moving your freaking cheese, or they're zapping you with electrodes when you're touching the wrong thing. And I don't want to make it all sound like grim and dismal, because especially if you're watching here in the States, we have a better life, I'll tell you, than most other people around the world. And yet, do you still feel that you're living below your privilege? Because if you are, listen up. So I'm in college. I think I want to be a doctor. After failing out of chemistry twice, I decided that obviously clearly wasn't my path in life. And then I tried on every conceivable major, and everything was 50 grand a year here, 30 grand a year here, 80 grand a year here. And I'm like, how am I going to take care of my family? Like, this is the stage of life where I'm dreaming about what do I really want out of my life? How is that income ever going to make that possible? I feel like I'm just a cog in someone else's machine, and yet I've got my dad on my shoulder just constantly telling me, son, whatever you do, don't own your own business. You know, go to college, get a degree, work for someone else. It's the golden parachute. You'll be taken care of. You could even be wealthy. That is not what I experienced then. It's not what people are experiencing today. The reality is that is a societal system for getting you in the rat race of life. And mind you, this is coming from a man who flies nearly on a weekly basis on private jets. I'm either doing fulfilling work, humanitarian efforts for my foundation. I'm spending time with my children and making sure that they're getting an individualized, parented education from me. I have them pulled out of the public school system. I have private educators coming in our life and giving them a unique custom approach to how they want to do their life. I got time with my wife. Every Wednesday is my wife's day. Like, we spend the entire day together, and then we're always traveling. We're going somewhere amazing. We're collecting some of the most amazing memories, things that take mastery of time and money. Meanwhile, everyone around me is just stuck in this rat race. And I'm just sitting here thinking, how can you stand it? How can you be so habituated and acclimated to so much lameness, so much mediocrity? Does it disgust you? Sad truth is this: most people are just indoctrinated by society. They don't give it a second guess. The reality is most people don't think twice about the 5-day trade for a 2-day weekend. Because of societal norms, people accept this schedule as an unchangeable reality and never dream of escape until they reach retirement. And let me tell you, when you're going to actually freak out and panic is right when you're about 50 to 55 years old. You hit this midlife crisis moment where you realize, crap, I have delayed this for 30 years and I'm really no closer than, where I want to be. And you start literally getting filled with regret. Now your motivation comes from a really dark, deep, bad space. And a lot of those people, they never make it. It's too late. They never get out. I don't believe it's ever too late, because I know that you can become financially free in less than 5 or 10 years. But this garbage, this isn't working. Now, I got my hands on these stats and information, literally the version then when I was 21 years old. And it's sunk so deep in my heart because I'm talking to all these 50 and 60-year-olds that were desperate, filled with regret, trying to figure out what to do. And they had followed the game plan. I went to college, I got my degree, I worked for somebody else, I've been fiscally responsible, I've been 401k and IRAing and house payer offering. And miserable. You have this one life. And if you're watching this video, you're literally in one of two spots right now. You're either saying, oh, Chris, you just described my horrible, pathetic life. Or you're saying, Chris, that's why I'm a subscriber on your channel. I'm here, bro. Show me the system. Show me the way. Let's go together. Well, I got some good news and bad news. Bad news is if you do nothing with the information I'm going to give today, you're screwed. The good news is this, though. I'm going to change where the cheese is. I'm going to change the definition. Because you might be asking, how quickly can I get out of the rat race? Check it out. Retirement dreams shouldn't be based on reaching an arbitrary age or an arbitrary amount of money. When I have saved X amount of money, I'll be good to go. But that number is in the millions, I promise you, and guess what? You actually can't save that in one lifetime from your average or even better than average paying job. But rather, it's got to be based on something different, which is a passive cash flow. Anyone can retire at any age as long as their passive stream of income covers their living expenses. Let me show you how wild this got for me when I was in my early 20s. I just bought my very first house, and I bought it as an investment. My wife was terrified. We had spent 14 months saving up for a tiny little down payment. We had less than $5,000 in the bank, and man, it was like pulling teeth over those 14 months to get that set aside. When we bought this house, we bought it with $40,000 of equity, so we bought it below the market. We rented out the basement, which covered the mortgage, and all of a sudden, my wife a couple months later was like, yo, Chris, did you know that we're actually no longer going into debt because we don't actually have a rent payment anymore? The basement's covering it. After a year, I was able to get a home equity line of credit, pull some of the equity out, and bought a second house. That was a nicer house, but I didn't live in it for me. I rented it out and made $600 a month. And I remember my wife came to me again on the third month. She said, Chris, we are living for free, and the other house is paying us $600 a month. I said, well, cool. Like, what's up? She's like, I've been paying down our credit card debt. Within 9 months, we'll be totally debt-free. She was so excited, and the conversation ended with her saying, hey, when can we get another house? We started dreaming. We started dreaming, how many houses do we need? And what's the target? How much passive income do we need to be done? And we looked at each other, and we were trying to think of like a crazy amount of money that was so big. And it just happened to be $10,000. She said, Chris, if we had $10,000 coming in every month automatically, you could quit your job. We could literally do whatever we want. We'd have all our time back. We could literally like own this world. We thought we'd be so rich, like 10 grand. We were so poor. Well, we decided that if we could average $500 per house per month passively, that if we bought 20 homes, we would have $500 times 20 homes. That's $10,000 a month. I could quit my job and do whatever I wanted. 3.5 years later, we had 25 homes. They were producing passively over $12,000 a month. Quit my job, I had just graduated college, I got all my time back, started having all this time with my wife, and I was 26 years old. I was done, I was out of the rat race. I didn't need to work ever again when people were just starting their careers. I'm telling you that this life is possible. But you need a mentor, and you need a system, and you gotta think outside of the box. You gotta get outside of the rat race by thinking different than the rest of the rats. And I'm gonna show you 3 things that you could invest in right now that could set you free literally in less than 5 years. What you need is your own financial game plan. You've gotta like beat the drum of your life to your own rhythm. Check it out. There are 3 specific things that I think you should be looking at that all have the power to create acceleration for you. Now, I could suggest literally 20 different things that I'm investing in and doing right now, but I want to give you 3 basics, and here they are. The only way to become financially independent and reclaim your time is to find higher ROI, return on investment, activities that don't require active time management. These passive streams of income can take various forms such as life insurance, real estate, and franchises. For example, instead of stashing my money when I work hard to save this moolah, I don't put it in the bank. Bank gives me nothing. But if I put it in a life insurance policy, I can get that policy paying me out 4, 5, 6%. Will never make me rich, but it's a place that I can put my money in, and I can access it, and I can grow my money by doing step 2, real estate investing. This is a great, perfect example of something passive. You put your money in, and if you do it right, it just works for you and makes money for you. The third thing that you could consider, for example, a franchise. Because a franchise is not just a proven business that a corporation has figured out and stamped out a number of times. There's a 90+% success rate when you actually buy into a franchise. My buddy just reported this morning, day 1 of opening literally his sandwich shop. They almost ran out of food. They sold over $3,000 worth on day 1. He is pumped out of his mind for what that means for his financial future. Well, there's lots of different kind of franchises, but that franchise, you don't even have to operate it. You can pay someone to do that, so all you do is own it, and all of a sudden, it's a powerful income that becomes relatively passive to you. Stash your money in life insurance, then drop it into some real estate, drop it into a franchise. And these are just examples. These are placeholders of things that you can do that ultimately can replace your income many, many, many times over and also grow and build wealth. Because guess what? What if that next generation literally was worth millions of dollars, even tens of millions, like real estate can compound and do? And what if that was all being funneled into a private foundation where literally beyond death, you're still doing a work of good on this planet? Get out of the rat race and live a truly inspiring life. There are memories to make. There is life to be lived. There's time with your loved ones. Most of us are just dying and killing ourselves over the stress of not enough time and being way too busy because we don't have a map. You want a map? Let me give you one right now. The most important deep dive knowledge that you need for your roadmap is not found in a YouTube video. It's found in this book. This is the 5th book I've written, and it is the only one that matters in your world if you want to know how to become financially free in under 10 or 5 years.
Oh, that's hot.
It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor. A lot of people are caught in the financial trap of life, often referred to as the rat race. This is where you are in the endless pursuit of chasing something, whether that be money, success, a promotion, something like that. The problem with this rat race is that you often end up financially trapped and out of control. You have to work 40 hours or more per week in order to afford that fancy car to bring you to and from work. Not to mention, you have to pay the mortgage on your big house, which you spend most of your time outside of. And on the weekends, you have just enough time to go grocery shopping, do your laundry, and get caught up from the last week before repeating the entire cycle over again. Then, 2 weeks out of the year, you have your vacation time where you're able to take a break from it all. So my question for you is, how long have you been stuck in the rat race? And more importantly, how much longer do you want to stay? So I officially entered the rat race when I was 20 years old. I got a job working for my local power utility where I earned a salary of around $60,000 per year. Now, while that was good money, the other aspects of this job were not that great. For one thing, I only had 2 weeks of vacation time per year. And for another thing, I had a really long commute, which took up a big part of my day. So I would wake up at 6:30 in the morning. I had a 45-minute drive to work, get there around 7:30, work until 4, drive home. I would go to the gym after work, make dinner, and by the time I was all done with that, I had about 1 hour per day to myself where I could actually do what I wanted to do. And I was determined to find a way to reclaim my freedom and get my time back. And so after doing this week in and week out for 2 years, I knew this just wasn't for me, and I knew I had to get out. So I officially left the rat race. I did what most logical people would do, and I quit my job to make money on the internet. Now, I definitely took a big risk by doing that, guys, and I'm not recommending that as a strategy. In fact, you don't even actually have to quit your job in order to escape the rat race, and I'm going to explain how that's possible in a little bit here. But for me, my way of leaving the rat race was leaving that job behind and figuring out other ways to make money that made more sense.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Mossy Bottom. This video is for anyone who dreams of quitting the rat race, living off-grid, starting a small holding, growing food, keeping animals, becoming as self-sufficient as they can, but isn't quite sure how to go about it. 5 years ago, I bought a cottage with an acre of usable land with my life savings and set about doing exactly that right here. And since starting this YouTube channel, I've received hundreds of messages from people all around the world who've either done the same thing or are in the process of making that transition. But it's not a lifestyle which is ever presented to us when talking to the careers officer at school. I remember that meeting and the suggestions that were made to me. I was good at making things, I was always quite creative, and I was good at English. So my choices apparently were to become a carpenter or to become a teacher. Never to buy an acre of land, grow food, keep animals, and try and become as self-sufficient as you can. That, I'm quite sure, would have been viewed as failing at life, which is very sad because it's what all of our ancestors have done for thousands of years. In fact, prioritizing those skills and that lifestyle was precisely what enabled them to succeed at life. And even though we're all channeled down a different path, myself included, of education, work, career, a 30-year mortgage, and 2 weeks in the sun every year if we're lucky, there are still ways to achieve this life. I'm going to list 5 serious ones, and tell you what I think are the advantages and disadvantages of each. So let's get started. So, option 1. Do what I did. Become part of that system in order to escape it, at least to the extent that you want to. It took me almost a decade to save around 40,000 euros. I never had a high-paid job, but I was very frugal with money. I didn't drive in my 20s, that saved me a lot on insurance and car costs. I didn't go on holidays, and I lived in cheap shared accommodation. Many bad memories there. And it may surprise you to hear this, folks, but I also wasn't much of a party animal. So I was able to save that money independently, on top of rent and other living costs, which I always had from age 18 when I left home. And you can start saving for a move like this at any point in your life. All you need, really, is patience and probably a willingness to compromise on the property and the location it's in. Because the chances are you're not going to be able to save enough to outright buy that dream cottage with a thatched roof right by the ocean, already restored with a perfect pasture for your horses and a walled garden for your vegetables, because saving to buy somewhere like that outright would take a lifetime. So you've got to be motivated by the idea of starting at the bottom and creating that vision with your own hands and hard work. So what are the advantages of taking this path? Well, first of all, it gives you financial independence. It doesn't give you independence from these midges, unfortunately. There's no mortgage to pay off and worry about. There's no bank to answer to. Believe me, that's a really nice feeling. It's also achievable at quite a young age. I moved here in my early 30s. The main advantage, though, which is easy to overlook, and not many people would think about this, is that taking this path gives you a taste of the very thing you want to escape. Now, I know there are many people out there who love their jobs and find fulfillment in them, but there are also many who find them monotonous and deeply unfulfilling and unsatisfying. If you're one of those people and you dream of an escape, then having that memory to reflect back on during difficult times will make you appreciate and value a different way of life so much more. I don't think, given the choice, I would want the life I have now without first having had the decade of mainstream work that enabled it. Because during the really tough times when I'm here, like in the winter, when everywhere's wet and cold and just feeding the animals is a challenge, all I have to do is remember what I left behind, and I know in an instant where I'd rather be. And it's not back there, believe me. Okay, so what about the disadvantages? Well, you have to be able to save money. Not everyone can, for many reasons. You also have to be willing to buy cheap. In my case, that meant a ruin, with huge potential, but still a ruin. More than anything, though, you have to be willing to take a big leap of faith, to bet on yourself and what you believe will make you happy. It's an all-in, which definitely requires commitment and guts. Option 2 isn't going to be available to most of us, but actually here in Ireland, I know a lot of people in this position. And that's inheriting an existing property with land or moving into a family farm. And you might be surprised just how many people here are in that position. A parent, a grandparent, an aunt, an uncle with an old cottage and a piece of land they can no longer live on, which they want to pass on to the next generation. The advantages are obvious. There's no need to save money, the property and land are there waiting for you, and if it all goes wrong, you haven't committed your own life savings to it. You will also almost certainly get a lot more land and with it opportunity than you would if saving to buy somewhere yourself. The really interesting thing I find is how much reluctance there is from people in that position to accept those offers and opportunities. In fact, many of them see it as a burden, perhaps because there's a degree of expectation placed upon them. Or maybe because they grew up knowing that life, and so their dream is actually to escape from it. Something I've heard many times is, oh, I really want to live that way, but first I want to put the kids through school and earn enough money to retire. So the disadvantages are that you don't get to choose the house or land or location, and it might not even be your dream. In which case, are you ever really going to be committed enough to make it work? Another disadvantage is that you might be constrained by what someone else wants, by their vision, and part of the enormous appeal of this life is in fulfilling your own vision. I also think people in that position tend not to jump in with both feet, perhaps because they feel like they always have that option to turn to, so there's no sense of urgency or need to commit. And perhaps, having grown up with that option, as many people in that position have, it just isn't as exciting or appealing to them as it was to someone like me. But saying all that, I also know people who've made a tremendous success of that lifestyle having inherited property. So if it's what you want, if it is your dream, then you've got to jump in with both feet and commit to it.
Linnaeus will rise again.
Option 3 is actually the most common way in which people access the kind of life which I'm living, especially in this part of the world, and that's waiting until they retire. Most people living in the country with a piece of land, growing vegetables, keeping animals, practicing at least partial self-sufficiency, they aren't in their 30s like me, they're in their 50s or 60s, or even older, because they've made a choice to prioritise a more conventional life until reaching an age when they have financial security. So what are the advantages to waiting until a later stage of life? Well, the obvious one is that you have a lot longer to save money. If you've been working all your life, you may even have paid off a mortgage by your 50s and then have a significant asset that you could sell to enable you to buy a much better property with land in a rural location than someone like me in their 30s or 40s could afford. Many of you will have seen the TV show Escape to the Country, which follows people doing exactly that. And one thing that's always struck me about that show is that almost everyone who features in it seems to be at retirement age, and they're buying ludicrously expensive properties. As a man in his 30s who wants to live that life now, and does, frankly, I just can't relate to that. But the truth is that many people see that as their only escape route. And I think this option is better suited to people for whom self-sufficiency and purpose isn't really the point of making that move, but rather a more relaxing, simpler life in a more beautiful location. And who can argue with that? You certainly can't, Moss. Whoa. What about the disadvantages? Well, I'm always reminded of my dad when people ask me why I didn't wait and save more money. He tragically died in his early 50s, just after paying off a 25-year mortgage, and before ever reaching the age of retirement. I am at heart an optimist. I see solutions rather than problems. I've always been like that, and I'm proud to be like that. But the truth is, you are much more likely to suffer illness in your 50s or 60s than you are in your 30s or 40s. Not all of us will even have a retirement, and even if we do, this type of lifestyle requires fitness and good health. For some, they get lucky, and I know people in their 70s still actively working the land in the way that I do. But it's definitely a roll of the dice, and the longer you wait, the more those odds are stacked against you. You might roll a 6 and have a perfect health beyond retirement, but if it's truly your life's dream, and you only get one of those, is it really worth taking that risk? It really comes down to how much you want it. The other obvious disadvantage worth mentioning, I think, is that however good your health, you're still going to have less years to enjoy that life if you wait longer. Option 4 is the path to a good life, which I think most people in my age bracket are likely to choose. And that is keeping one foot in mainstream. Often, one partner will run the smallholding, caring for the animals and land, growing the food, while the other partner goes to work and provides provides financial security. Again, I know many families or young couples in exactly that position, just from the many emails I receive, and it strikes me often as quite an inequitable arrangement in which one person gets to live out their dream while the other is stuck going to work in a mainstream job, often with a hefty commute every day on top of that. Though, if both partners are happy, then there's no reason why it can't work. What are the advantages? So, compared to waiting until retirement, this option definitely allows you to live this life sooner. It also allows you to maintain an income, making it much less of a risk than the all-or-nothing path which I personally took. Having a stable income also gives you access to a mortgage, which opens up bigger properties in better locations. Personally, I could never have secured a mortgage for Mossy Bottom, having, when I bought it, no income whatsoever. Also, if you get to start this life sooner, when you may still have young children, then I think it's a wonderful gift to give them, being raised on a small holding in the country, with fields and forests to play in, surrounded by animals and nature. I have to say, I would have loved to grow up in a place like this. So how about the disadvantages? Well, I've already mentioned the long commute. I did that myself many years ago when working in a city, and the first few months were fine because I got to come home to a much better house and location. But after a while, I began to realise that all I was really doing was sacrificing what little free time I had on top of my 50-hour-a-week job. And that's an important consideration, because when choosing to keep working in a mainstream job, you've got the money, but you don't have the time. And what little time you do have, you want to spend doing enjoyable and relaxing things, rather than doing even more work to create a self-sufficient life, which you don't really need because you've got an income to pay for things. I definitely think it's possible to have too much money when pursuing this lifestyle, and I think that can be hugely demotivating. In fact, when I was a volunteer in Canada, I stayed with quite a few families that were in exactly that position, and they tended to be more wasteful and less appreciative of the food that they grew and the resources that they had, because at the end of the day, every problem could be solved with money. If you don't have any or very little, then everything that you turn your own land to is that much more valuable and precious. A better option, perhaps, might be for one partner to work only part-time rather than full-time, so that there is still a need to make a small holding pay and provide, and so that they have more time to invest in it. Option 5 is to join others who are already living off-grid in a self-sufficient way. I've had multiple volunteers over the years who have done something like this, joining an established community. I know one chap who was able to build his own home in this way, despite still being in his 20s. And I know of one such community down in County Cork in the south of Ireland, and another in Pembrokeshire in Wales. I'm sure there are many more all around the world. What are the advantages to taking this option? Well, there are some very obvious ones. It doesn't require nearly as much money. It's less of a commitment, as you can always leave. And it's probably the only option which would allow you to pursue this kind of life while still very young, in your 20s potentially. And that brings with it another great advantage, the energy of youth. You can work a lot longer and harder than someone older than you. And you've got the longest possible time to enjoy that life. Also, if you're in a shared community with others, growing food, keeping animals, building homes even, then you will be able to learn from them and benefit from their experience. Not only that, but you get an immediate sense of community, of sharing your life with like-minded people. Some of my happiest memories from my year in Canada were just sitting around campfires at the end of a hard day's work, sharing stories, eating a meal, or just quietly sitting in the company of friends. I didn't do much of the talking, but I still enjoyed the atmosphere. Moving to a rural location can be isolating. If you're not a solitary person by nature, Even if you have a partner and a great sense of purpose working the land or building the home, it may still feel lonely. And the disadvantages? Well, as lovely people that you get to sit around the campfire with, you also have to tolerate and compromise with, even if they have different views to you. You have much less creative control because your voice is just one of many. You don't own the land, so you certainly won't ever have the final say. And relationships can break down, which means you might have to leave quickly. Where does that leave you? It's ultimately more fragile, but also less of a commitment than buying somewhere yourself. Perfect, really, if you want to sample an off-grid, self-sufficient lifestyle. A first step in that direction. And what a great way to learn. For me personally, it wouldn't work, simply because a huge part of the pleasure that I derive from living here at Mossy Bottom is that sense of creative control. Getting to decide what jobs get done and when and how. To design things and plan things and work to my own rhythm. But I often think how lovely it would be to be surrounded by people living the way that I live, each with different skills that we could combine without the need for money to change hands. Of course, there are people like that, but they aren't my immediate neighbours. That vision of a wider community in which you still have your own property and land is, I think, the perfect way to live this life. Finally, option 6, and this is the one that isn't quite so serious. Find a piece of wilderness. Equip yourselves with some essential survival items and head out like in that TV show Alone, except try not to starve to death like they nearly do. I wouldn't recommend this option however enthusiastic you are. The practical reality isn't nearly as romantic as the fantasy. Just watch that show, and it's a good show, I've binge watched it. You'll see exactly what I mean. So those, I think, are the main ways that people conventionally quit the rat race, perhaps not that last one, and attempt to provide for themselves, as I do on my small holding. If you're trying to work out the best path for you, then consider your age, your health, your family situation, do you have dependents, your financial situation, can you save money or keep earning remotely, that's important. Are you tied to a particular area, to some family perhaps, or free to move? And do you want to keep one foot in society, or really break free and disconnect from it? Above all else, ask yourself, how much do I really want this life? Because there are definitely going to be sacrifices, whichever route you take. Ultimately, it's about wanting it enough, no matter how many midges come out and try to bite your face off. Whatever path you take, I wish you all the very best in finding your version of happiness. In fact, if you live in Ireland and have done the same thing as me or something similar, living on a small holding, growing food, keeping animals, pursuing self-sufficiency, and you would be interested in featuring in a video series, which I'm going to film, then get in touch by email and tell me your story. I would love to hear from you. For now though, wherever you are in the world, from me, Moss, a bunch of cats, and a million midges, take care. Bye for now. Yes. Hello, Moss. You getting jealous of the camera? Don't particularly feel like a doggy snog today, thanks. Okay. The main advantage, though, which is easy to overlook, is that taking that path gives you a taste of the very thing you want to escape. Not these midges, although I would like to escape them. I moved here in my early 30s. Oh. Seriously, I think my entire...
It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor. A lot of people are caught in the financial trap of life, often referred to as the rat race. This is where you are in the endless pursuit of chasing something, whether that be money, success, a promotion, something like that. The problem with this rat race is that you often end up financially trapped and out of control. You have to work 40 hours or more per week in order to afford that fancy car to bring you to and from work. Not to mention, you have to pay the mortgage on your big house, which you spend most of your time outside of. And on the weekends, you have just enough time to go grocery shopping, do your laundry, and get caught up from the last week before repeating the entire cycle over again. Then, 2 weeks out of the year, you have your vacation time where you're able to take a break from it all. So my question for you is, how long have you been stuck in the rat race? And more importantly, how much longer do you want to stay? So I officially entered the rat race when I was 20 years old. I got a job working for my local power utility where I earned a salary of around $60,000 per year. Now, while that was good money, the other aspects of this job were not that great. For one thing, I only had 2 weeks of vacation time per year. And for another thing, I had a really long commute, which took up a big part of my day. So I would wake up at 6:30 in the morning. I had a 45-minute drive to work, get there around 7:30, work until 4, drive home. I would go to the gym after work, make dinner, and by the time I was all done with that, I had about 1 hour per day to myself where I could actually do what I wanted to do. And I was determined to find a way to reclaim my freedom and get my time back. And so after doing this week in and week out for 2 years, I knew this just wasn't for me, and I knew I had to get out. So I officially left the rat race. I did what most logical people would do, and I quit my job to make money on the internet. Now, I definitely took a big risk by doing that, guys, and I'm not recommending that as a strategy. In fact, you don't even actually have to quit your job in order to escape the rat race, and I'm going to explain how that's possible in a little bit here. But for me, my way of leaving the rat race was leaving that job behind and figuring out other ways to make money that made more sense for me. So if you're looking to escape that hamster wheel life that I had, here are 5 different things I would recommend that I followed myself. All right, so the very first thing you have to do if you want to escape the rat race, and the most important thing, is to minimize your expenses. So I like to explain it this way. In life, you can either have a lot of things or you can do a lot of things, because when you take on a lot of material possessions in life, you have to pay attention to 2 things. Number 1, how much that's costing you money-wise, and number 2, how much that is costing you time-wise. Because if you want to have more freedom in life, you can't spend all of your money or all of your time on things rather than experiences. So most people out there would get more fulfillment from taking a week-long road trip like I'm doing currently, rather than buying a brand new flat screen TV or driving a brand new car. And so if you are one of these people, you have to prioritize experiences rather than buying things. So for example, let's say you go out there and you buy a swimming pool because your neighbor bought a swimming pool and you're stuck in that keeping up with the Joneses mentality. Well, that's going to cost you tens of thousands of dollars, but it's also going to cost you your time, because now you have to maintain that swimming pool. You have to put chlorine in it. You have to skim it. So not only is that pool a money pit, it's also a time vampire, taking away both your time and your money. So when I knew I wanted...
Oh man, I got off work late. Shoot, I don't even know if I'm gonna make it on time. I got like no time left. I'm trying to get this gift for my daughter's birthday, and I just really need this store to be open. It's open! Do you ever feel like you're stuck in the rat race and you want out so badly, but you just don't know how? Today I'm gonna show you how to do that. The door's always open for me.
1, turning dreams into reality. Yeah, it's one shot, not a future, but sure, let's go.
Warning. Today, I've got some super sad statistics to share with you. And honestly, I don't think that you're gonna like them, but we gotta face the hard reality of life. That life is really short and it's being squandered and wasted statistically by most. Your job is literally sucking life right out of you. A 2022 global poll by Gallup discovered that only 21% of full-time employees are engaged at their job. That means that 1 billion full-time workers worldwide, 79% of people are disinterested in their jobs. And in another survey, they found out that 85% of people hate what they do. I've been watching that survey come out for the last 2 decades, and the number has only ever shifted by a single percent and not in a positive direction. Now, I'm bringing this up because these are the facts and this is a reality, but I'm telling you, it doesn't have to be this way. I mean, at the end of the day, after all your obligations, how much free time do you really have? Most people get through the week so that they can finally get to the weekend and enjoy it. And assume that they're getting 8 hours of sleep every day. That means that the average person only has 32 hours to live on their terms. In other words, 81% of your life is sacrificed for only 19% of your time. Even if you work remote, they claim that there's a 10% increase in benefit because they have a little bit of extra time, but still, it's the rat race. And you know what that means, right? Like, I feel like I'm a rat in a lab in like this maze, and I'm trying to find the cheese. And at the end of the day, someone keeps moving your freak.
So I guess I'm live. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Timothy here. This is my first ever live stream on YouTube. I did a little test yesterday to see kind of how it would work out, and I think I got it set up so you should be seeing and hearing me. I guess I will have to wait until someone actually like tunes in before I can see if if anyone can hear and see me. Hopefully you can. I see that there's some viewers now. That's good. Send me a message in the chat. I'm trying to see if I can figure that out. Sorry about that. Like I said, this is my first time, so send a message in the chat, say hello if you can. We'll see how this is going. Anyway, like I said, welcome to my first live stream. This is something that I want to start doing on a regular basis. I feel like live streaming is where the internet is going, YouTube, the internet in general. And so I want to jump on the bandwagon. A little late, but want to jump on it. So yeah, I'm going to start doing some live streaming about different topics related to the things that my channel is about. First thing I got to say, I probably have like one of the most ghetto live stream setups you will ever see. If you follow me on Twitter, at Timothy J. Ward, I posted a picture. I have a box spring over here. I have a mattress over here. I got this, cheap little Amazon light up here that's making the light. I apologize for the weird curtain, bare wall, but I am in my room at my seasonal job. So, I'm not like at home somewhere where I have like access to a lot of different stuff. So I had to make do with what I had because the walls here are like paper thin, and I'm trying to cut down on the noise so like everybody around me doesn't hear me doing this. Anyway, today's live stream is going to be about the rat race. I woke up the other day and I don't know why this topic was in my head. I actually watched a bunch of YouTube videos about it, read some articles. But today I wanted to talk about the rat race, how you can quit it, and go over some tips and some ideas so that you can gain your freedom and get out of the rat race. So I guess the first thing I wanted to talk about is, what is the rat race? Got to define it. And so to me, I feel like the rat race is any time, and I think it ties in with work. So I feel like the rat race is when you have this unfulfilled kind of job or work. You're not getting fulfilled from it, and it's not giving you the freedom you desire. So you're just this unfulfilling kind of, this daily grind where your alarm clock goes off, you get up, you shovel a little breakfast down your throat if you have the time, probably a couple gallons of coffee so you can wake up. And you drive to work, you commute to work, you get to work, the whole morning. All you're trying to do is just get to lunch, and then after lunch, all you're trying to do is just get to the end of the day. It's just, like I said, not really fulfilling. It's just something you do to pay the bills. Then you got to commute back home. You have a few hours to kind of decompress, throw a little dinner down your throat. Maybe watch a little TV, some sports, maybe some Real Housewives of Ozark County. I don't know. And then basically, you have to go to bed because you have to get up and do it all over again the next day. It's just this kind of daily, you're really not getting anything out of it except that it is paying your bills, hopefully. And in this day and age, a lot of people are in the rat race. A lot of people are going through this daily grind, and it's not even, paying their bills. You're doing all this and you're still, deep in debt. So you're really getting nothing kind of out of it. But the thing is, people, why they call it the rat race is because people do this day in and day out, week in and week out, month in and month out for years. Like, this is really people's lives. I mean, have you ever sat and thought about how much time you spend at work, or how much of your life work takes? I mean, for most of us, we work a 40-hour work week, which that's a subject for another video. I feel like we don't have to have a 40-hour work week, but for most of us, we work like a 40-hour work week, and a lot of times we think that that's all that you know you're sorry, I just looked at the screen and I'm like, can y'all see me? I'm not sure. Sorry, I'm trying to look at a message I got to see if anybody can see me. Can y'all see me? Anyway, okay, hopefully y'all can. If not, I guess you're just gonna have to listen. Anyway, a lot of times we feel that we only take up our job takes up 40 hours a week, 40 hours out of a week. That's what we think. But if you think about it, there are so many more hours throughout the day that our job takes up. Like I said, you wake up based on when you have to be to work. Everything you do in the morning is based on going to work. When you get off work, you have to commute back home. That's extra time. Some people, they take hours to commute back home. Then when you get off work, you might have 4 or 5 hours in there that are yours, but then you have to go to bed at a certain time so you can get back up and go to work. So your job consumes so much of your time, even if it's just like your standard 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, it's still consuming so many hours of your day. A lot of people are working weekends now. So you just have all of this time about work. And so if you're not getting fulfilled at work, this is a major portion, 67% of your life, that you're getting nothing out of it. So you're trying to cram, in the other 30, 25% of your life, you're trying to cram all this stuff to try to make your life worthwhile and, like you're alive, and it just doesn't work out. And so that's why I wanted to talk about getting out of this rat race. We don't have to be in the rat race. A lot of people talk about the rat race, but most people feel like it's just something that has to be done. If you were to ask people, do you like your job? Most people are going to say no. But they don't see anything wrong with this. Most people believe that you're not supposed to like your job. They think it's normal. Everybody they know hates their job. They hate their job. So it's normal, but it's not. And this was why I wanted to talk about this today. It's not normal. If you are stuck in this rat race, I've been there. I know what it's like. It's not normal, and you can get out of it. And so that's what I wanted to kind of talk about today, is just ways that you can get out of the rat race. And I wrote down like 4 steps. Bear with me. The first 2, if you watch a lot of my videos, you're going to know what I'm going to say. The first 2 are just kind of things that anytime I'm talking about some type of life change, there are things that you're going to do. But when we get down to the 3rd one and the 4th one, it's going to be really cool, kind of some really interesting tips. So the first tip to leaving the rat race is to believe that you can leave. I know this sounds simple. I know you're going to say, Tim, you always say that, but this is the first step, and this is the step a lot of people never take, be it changing a job, just anything in life, any kind of life change that goes on. A lot of people never believe that they can do it. This is why when you're looking at like 12-step programs for addiction and things like that, a lot of the first steps are just like getting your mind right, getting that mindset that you can quit drinking or you can get off drugs. The same is true with being stuck in the rat race. You just have to believe that you can do it. There is no law that says you have to work at a job that you don't like. There is no law that says you have to have an unfulfilling career. There's no law that says this. There used to be a law that said this. It was called slavery, and we had this big old war 100 years ago into that. So there's no law that says you have to be stuck in the rat race. If you want to get out of it, if you want to be doing something different with your life, you can. It's just that simple. You can. Now, I know what you're going to say, and this is the objection most people have. People say, well, I have to pay the bills. I have to kind of, I got bills, I got debt. Most people, these kids ain't going to raise themselves. I have to have this job to make money. There's no law, that says that you can't find another job or another career that is going to pay you the same amount of money. And this is where a lot of people get kind of messed up because they don't believe, especially people who got good jobs, pay decent. They just don't believe that they could ever find another job or career that pays as much. But there are millions of jobs in the world. I guarantee there are millions of jobs, probably hundreds of thousands of jobs that you and me have never thought of, that people are working, making good money. So you just have to, resolve. You have to believe, and find something else to do with my life for work to make the same amount, maybe not, if not more money, that is going to bring me joy, that I'm going to be excited about getting up and going to work about. And I'm not going to feel like I'm just, in this maze chasing, this cheese that, my employer is dangling in front of me, and, that I'm just going to be having to do this for the rest of my life till I retire and hate it the whole time. No. You can resolve that you can do something different. So step number one is you have to believe. And that comes with, for me, it just comes with, listening to a lot of motivational audio books, reading a lot of like self-help books, motivational books, watching people on YouTube who talk about it. And eventually, when I was trying to make some life changes, I finally got the mindset. After hearing so many people talk about it, I was like, hey, what are these people? These people are any different than me. If they can change things in their life, so can I. So that's number one, believe. Step number two is to decide when you want to leave. A lot of people, once again, I'm going to leave the rat race. I'm going to do it. But here's the thing. They never set a concrete, ironclad date for when they're going to leave. And this is kind of scary because, and I see why a lot of people do it, because once you set this date, then you have to really work towards it. And it's easy to dream, and it's easy to get mad at your boss and get mad at your coworkers and say, one day I'm going to be out of here. It's a lot harder to actually say, you know what, 2 years from now, I'm going to be running my own business. Or 2 years from now, I'm going to be working for a company that, really appreciates me, or this is something I enjoy doing. That's another thing I want to say real quick. The rat race doesn't mean you have to go out and start your own business or, be an entrepreneur. It can be. You can work for someone else or for another company, but it just has to be something you like doing. You could be doing the same things. You might still get up at the same time every morning, have the same commute, work the same hours. But if it's something you love doing, you're not in the rat race. If you're getting that fulfillment out of it, it's totally different. I'm not one of those you shouldn't work people. Work is a very important part of life. I feel like we all need some type of work. Whatever work you can find that, is real to you and makes you feel alive, that you enjoy doing, do it, you're out of the rat race. But anyway, deciding when you want to leave. This is a hard one. This is going to be different for everyone else. But you have to set a date. You have to say, a year from now, 2 years from now, 5 years from now, whatever it is, I am not going to be doing this. I am not going to be working at this job. I am not going to be still here, slaving away, feeling unappreciated. You have to set that date, and then here comes step number 3, where things get excited. You have to take steps to work towards being able to leave during that time limit. You know, like set that date, and then from that moment on, from the moment you say 2 years from now I'm gone, you have to start taking steps. And here's where it gets interesting. You know, once again, one of the major reasons, probably the reason people stay doing things they don't want to do in this day and age is money. Unfortunately, we live in a society where money kind of is important. Excuse me. So, most of the time you find people doing things they don't want to do, it's because of money. Now, so if you want to make some life change, if you want to, you know, be doing something different, one of the best ways to get the freedom to do this is to not need as much money. Now, what usually happens in our society these days is the more money people make, the more bills they get, or the more money they make, the more debt they get into. It's something about when we get that promotion, we start making more money. We feel, because we've been programmed to feel, we feel that we need to, you know, show everybody. So we need a bigger car, or we need a bigger house, or we need more expensive clothes. So the more money we make, the more debt we get, you know, the more bills we get. So this leads to a situation where people can rarely, you know, ever do kind of what they want, because they have to keep working at the job they're at and making that money. Because there's never, most people don't, you know, get a raise and then just say, well, you know, I'm going to live within my means and save a lot of money. That doesn't happen. It should, but it doesn't. So most people say, hey, I can't afford to go to a different job because I got to keep making this money, because, you know, my lifestyle is dependent on this level of money. So if you want to make changes, one of the biggest things to do if you're trying to get out of the rat race is to lower the amount of money you need. And this will give you more options. A lot of times the jobs we want to do that are kind of creative and fulfill us and make us feel alive don't pay a lot of money. That's just the way it is, the way the system is set up. So if you're wanting, excuse me, to go after a job like that, you're probably going to have to accept making less money. So how can you set your life up to where you don't need so much money? Well, one of the biggest things, first thing you can do, try to get out of debt.